And we are up on YouTube.
We're on YouTube, so we can start. So I'd like to call this September 14th meeting of the City Council of Charleston to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Del Chapo.
Here.
Councilmember Shealy.
Here.
Councilmember Saccharin.
Here.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Here.
Councilmember Brady.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Waring. Councilmember Seekings.
Here.
Councilmember Shea.
Present.
Councilmember Griffin.
Here.
Councilmember Appel. Councilwoman Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Hickenberg.
Here. And now if y'all would like to join us, Councilmember Gregory will lead us with an invocation, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, I'd like to really take this opportunity to thank everyone who really came to our need after the passing of my mother. Colleagues, you, Mayor, friends, all really came to help our family get through this. And what I'd like to do for the invocation is say a little something about mothers. Mom is always with me. She's the whisper of the leaves as I walk down the street. She's the smell of certain foods I remember, flowers I pick, and the fragrance of life itself. She's the cool hand on my brow when I'm not feeling well. She's my breath in the air on a cold winter's day. She's the sound of the rain that lulls me to sleep. She's the colors of the rainbow. She's Christmas morning. Mom lives inside of me and my laughter. She's the place I can come from. She's the place I came from, my first home. And she's the map I will follow with every step I take. She's my first love, my first friend, and even sometimes my first enemy. But nothing on earth can separate me, not time, not space, not even death, from Mom. Thanks for indulging me. Amen.
Amen. If you'll join me, there's a flag here, or you could look at Councilmember Griffin's picture there. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we have presentations to recognize two remarkable women who unfortunately have recently passed, one of which is Councilmember Gregory's mom. And Councilmember, I just simply could not make anywhere near as beautiful a tribute as you just did with your invocation. And I did share this resolution, of course, with you at the services this past weekend. I would just share a couple of the remarks with my fellow council members and those on the meeting that Mrs. Gregory, her full name, Marguerite Dudley Gregory, she fought for equity and justice for the African-American community in Charleston and helped to organize marches and political rallies throughout the city of Charleston, obviously inspiring her son to become a city council member, including events held at Mother Emanuel AME Church, at which she was a lifetime member of Mother Emanuel, one of its oldest members. She was a member of the Stewardess Board and class leader. Her family's history dates back to the establishment of Mother Emanuel. She and other mothers of Court Street sat to watch and protect the children as they played in the neighborhood. They helped create city council members, preachers, doctors, lawyers, and teachers from the children in the neighborhood. She was truly an inspiration, and it was a setting where it took a village to raise each child. And Mrs. Gregory was an activist and had multiple talents as well. She was a loving mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and great-great-grandmother, aunt, sister, and friend, and she will be extremely missed by all. Her life's work will continue to live on through her family, which had a beautiful conciliation at the service last Saturday. So again, you did a beautiful tribute, council member. If you'd like to add anything, that would be fine. But we wanted you to know, and your family, that we extend our condolences, and we know that y'all will be consoled by her incredible life and achievements.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you know you have our empathy, our sympathies, and our condolences. And it was a beautiful family funeral that I witnessed on Saturday, council member. So thank you so much for that. I just wanted to, I know you were trying to summarize in a friendly way, Mayor, but I think that you missed, especially for the times that we're in now and for the work that Councilmember Gregory has been sacrificing his own time and effort to accomplish with our Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. So the paragraph that I didn't really hear you go into detail was Marguerite Dudley Gregory fought for the equity and justice for the African American community in Charleston. She helped organize marches and political rallies throughout the city of Charleston, including events held at Mother Emanuel AME Church. She also participated in boycotts, strikes, and sit-ins. I think that's a very important part to the beautiful tribute you gave to your mom to open us up, council member, because she is with you and all of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. All right, so I would like to proceed with yet another recognition, a resolution to another beautiful citizen of our city, recently passed, and I see family members here, and I'm referring to Dr. Lucille Athelia Simmons Whipper. Lucille to most of all of us, as Seth Whipper, and is that Cheryl with you? So glad to have you with us this evening. Thanks for your patience. And I also attended a wonderful ceremony celebrating her incredible life a week ago, and now have a resolution that I would like to share with council and with everyone on the meeting, and then ask Cheryl and Seth whether they would like to make any remarks. So whereas the city of Charleston wishes to recognize one of its most distinguished citizens, Dr. Lucille Whipper. She was born June 6 of 1928 to Joseph Simmons and Sarah Marie in Charleston. She attended private and public schools and graduated from the Avery Institute in 1944. She attended Talladega College in Alabama and received a bachelor's degree in economics and sociology. She later earned a master's degree in political science from the University of Chicago. And returning to South Carolina, she began her academic career as a guidance counselor at Bonds, Wilson, and Burke High School. She was elected to the Charleston County District 20 Constituent School Board from 1978 through 82. And I can't tell you how many people I've personally ran into that she was their advisor when they were in high school. And she truly inspired a whole generation of Charlestonians. Dr. Whipper, along with others, organized also Operation Catch-Up, program that assisted in the placement of local high school graduates in colleges and universities. In 1972, she was hired by the College of Charleston as Director of Office of Human Relations and Assistant to the President. She was the college's first African-American administrator and developed its first affirmative action plan. And what poetic justice that was, because when she graduated from the Avery, she applied to attend the College of Charleston and was turned down because of the color of her skin. In 1985, Dr. Whipper became the first African-American female to be elected to the state of South Carolina House of Representatives from the Tri-County area, serving District 109. During her 10-year tenure, she held memberships of multiple committees and was named Legislator of the Year in 1992. She was a religious leader, serving as minister of music at St. Matthew's Baptist Church for many years and working with the Baptist Educational and Missionary Convention of South Carolina. Dr. Whipper is a recipient of 2 honorary doctorates from the College of Charleston, recipient of numerous awards and accolades. Dr. Whipper has left an indelible mark on the city of Charleston. She earned the respect, admiration, and high regard of all with whom she came into contact. The city has sustained a great loss in her death. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the City of Charleston, on behalf of this council and our citizens, hereby extend to the family this expression of sincere regret for your loss. And we know that you will be consoled by the incredible volume of accomplishments and achievements and love that Lucille shared with you and with all of us. God bless you. Seth, Cheryl?
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to respond. And I want to say primarily, thank you very much to the city of Charleston. I'm getting a little feedback. Just 1 second, please. Thank you very much to the city of Charleston, to you, Mayor, to the officers and members of the council, to all of the worker bees who were so helpful and cooperative in helping us to stage Mom's homegoing celebration in the city of Charleston, which is her home. She started out on the east side, really very near what will be the IM Museum, and then moved to John Street, which is her childhood home where she grew up. And so she's a city girl all the way. And so we thank you very much for this resolution and making her a continued part of the city's history. And then I want to say that in wrestling with what we were wrestling with, I don't know that we had more notice than Councilman Dudley, but I want to extend my deepest sympathies to him because, Jim Dudley Gregory hasn't just started being a leader in our community. I remember Greg Dudley as a main drum major at the Burke High School and being so active in community affairs, and I knew of his mother's activities. And so I want to extend the same sympathies to him because it's really, I'm glad to know, Dudley, that they were going home around the same time. And so that will always be a part of the history of Mom and then your mother and the city of Charleston. I can say no more than thank you. And we hope that we all are touched in a way by these lives that indicate that, yes, if you know the good, you can do the good. And even though you have the power and authority to do something, it doesn't mean you should always do it, because there is a right way to do things. So, Mayor, thank you very much. Council, thank you all very much for the time. I know y'all got serious business to take care of, and we appreciate all of the courtesies and privileges that the city has offered to us in this time of our trials. And God bless you and may he keep you.
And Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Gregory and then Shade.
Yes, my condolences to the Whipper family. Mom and Mrs. Whipper knew each other very, very well. And of course, Mrs. Whipper was my guidance counselor. So in addition to being my guidance counselor, as most of you know, she was also like the mom in school. In her guidance, her perseverance and patience with me is a part of who I am today. And I will always, always be obligated to her and love her. So thank you, Seth. And it looks like both of us are pushing these gray afros here.
This is an official Corona cut.
Mine too, mine too. Thank you.
Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just had to say hi to two of my favorite lawyers, Cheryl and Seth. And the legacy of your mom lives in both of y'all. You remember your first encounters when you embarked on your legal career. And it was with the two of y'all that we had often crossed paths. But it's just a testament to your mom that who y'all two are, because y'all always conducted yourselves with the highest level of integrity, the highest level of professionalism, and it's just always a pleasure that when we did cross paths, it was just always just a wonderful experience. And to Councilmember Gregory, this applies to you as well, is that my mother died 12 years ago, and we commemorated her 100th birthday earlier this month. And it's no condolence that you never forget your mom, because as you said, Councilmember Gregory, she lives within you. And my mother would always say to me, I'm your best friend. And that is absolutely God honest truth. And so when your mom dies, you lose your best friend. So my prayers will be with all of y'all and y'all's extended family. God bless you all. And it's good seeing y'all.
And I now see DeJaris Whipper Lewis, another one of Lucille's wonderful children. I didn't mean to overlook you, DeJaris. I didn't see you till just now. Would you like to address us? You're on mute.
Very much. I just logged in on Telluride, trying to get home to log in. But I would just like to thank everyone so much for the consideration and the honor. I know that Mother is pleased, and I certainly am, along with the rest of the family. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And certainly condolences to the Whipper family. But let me say that Ms. Whipper was at the College of Charleston when I was a freshman. I did my freshman year at Carolina. And we were kind of like the second wave of, although the college is one of the oldest colleges in the entire United States, it hadn't been public that long. And you had Dr. Stern, and of course I saw in the paper her position with the college at the time. And it was only until I read her obituary that I realized she wasn't the vice president of the College of Charleston. She was, can you imagine you second wave of integration, you only got a handful, literally a handful of African Americans on this campus. She was our confidence, if you will. Just to name a few people that you all probably have forgotten about and may not even know about. Ken Riley was one of the people that tutelage that came under her, obviously president of ILA Union. Carol Etheridge, who head of human resources over at Charleston Place for about 30 odd years. Linda Gatson, rural development, given back even to this moment, was influenced by her. Carl Wetzel, the late Carl Wetzel, was a pediatrician, again, that she helped mentor. Jerome Clemens, who's a noted businessman in the community today, a good member along with her over at Marsh Street Baptist. Demetria Noizet graduated high school early, and she basically took Demetria under her wing, and Demetria is now a member of the Board of Trustees. Well, I should say Dr. Noizet, a member of the Board of Trustees over at College of Charleston, just to name a few. I mean, I was pleased up until she couldn't serve anymore, she and Mayor Rowley made countless trips to and from the General Assembly after being gone for decades, lobbying for money, that $25 million that came out of the General Assembly over years, so that the International African American Museum could be a reality. She served on the executive committee as well, the board, up until that's just a special generation that your mom and dad led, as well as Councilman Gregory's mom. And they kept the faculties up to the very last moment. I don't know whether we'll be able to do that or not, by the way, but such a leader. And remember, ladies of her time not only had to face chauvinism from the majority community, they had to face chauvinism from their very own African-American community. And you know what? Somehow she made it look easy, but we all know it definitely wasn't. So not only she'll be with you all as the days and months goes by, she's gonna rest with a community that she touched as the days and months and years go by. So thank you for allowing us to share your mom as well as your dad. And you too, Councilman Gregory, you didn't get to have your mother by yourself. So our condolences, our heartfelt condolences.
Great, thank you. Well, God bless the Gregory and the Whipper families, and thank you all for being with us this evening. We really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call on Chris Mack. He's the president of the American Society of Civil Engineering. And I'm not surprised, to be honest with you, but we've received an award from them for the low battery seawall project. And Chris, you want to share that with us, please? Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mayor Tecklenburg. I certainly do. And thanks to the distinguished council members as well. In preparation for this, I've got 3 brief slides, if that's okay with you and the council members.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen here and hope that the IT gremlins don't strike. And if I could just get one member to confirm that they're seeing a slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So real quick, just want to introduce folks. Some folks may not be aware of the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is the nation's oldest engineering society, founded in 1852. It holds 150,000 plus civil engineers in over 170 countries. We have 93 sections, 160 branches, 397 student chapters, and 118 young member groups. Here in South Carolina, we've got 1 state chapter and 6 branches and 3 student chapters, those being at Clemson University, USC, and the Citadel. And we have a very active group that meets monthly and have guest speakers within the industry do talk. So it's a very active group, very passionate about civil engineering. ASC also hosts 9 specialty institutes. These include subject matter experts that have additional emphasis within the various sub-disciplines in civil engineering, such as geotechnical engineering, certainly what I do, coastal engineering, roads, bridges, dams, wastewater, water transit, aviation, and ports. AECOM is the leading provider, perhaps the largest provider of technical and professional conferences for civil engineers, continuing education, civil engineering content, and then certainly codes and standards. And I would suspect that many of these codes and standards were used in the design and construction of the Charleston Battery seawall. Another thing that ASC puts out frequently is the ASC infrastructure report card. And we just released that on September 8th in Columbia for South Carolina. I don't want to spoil this for anyone, so I encourage you, if you can get a copy of, just type in ASC infrastructure report card, take a look at that and see how they've graded our current infrastructure in South Carolina with respect to roads, bridges, dams, water, wastewater transit, aviation, and ports. I think you'll be amazed. It might also help direct funds towards some of the infrastructure that we need to repair and renovate. So ASC's purpose is to help civil engineers more and enable them to make a bigger difference. Our mission is to deliver value to our members, advance civil engineering profession, and most importantly, to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of our communities and our citizens for the different things that we design, build, and construct in the real world and in the environment. Our vision is for civil engineers to become global leaders and building a better quality of life, particularly for the community, states, and the nation that we live in. With respect to the seawall or the battery seawall project, I can't think of two civil engineers such as Jim O'Connor, who is the overall design manager for JMT, and Frank Newham, who all of you know very well, was the lead project engineer for this project. They certainly have made a bigger difference in Charleston and in the community. One other area that folks like Frank and Jim give back and other civil engineers is through the STEM program, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, where we contribute to the growth and the development of young children, K through 12, college students interested in engineering, and the promotion of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So Mayor Tecklenburg, if I could take a moment just to read the award. Unfortunately, we wanted to present this physically at one of our ASC luncheons. There was an announcement made at the state chapter meetings earlier this year, but as you see in that top right graphic, I'll read, this is what the plaque says, that I hopefully will find a nice place in the City Hall. It says, the rebuilding of an iconic 100-year-old seawall is a showcase of collaboration, innovation, and public stewardship. The project phase 1 was completed on time and within budget, allowing effective use of taxpayer dollars. This was accomplished by reusing as much of the substructure as possible, innovative application of materials and tools such as micropiles to strengthen the wall, and effective interaction with nearby residents and city officials to minimize any delays, as well as to gain necessary support. Quick facts for the seawall, 850 feet of seawall, that's 2 feet higher than the existing seawall, and a 10-foot promenade. 850 feet of road was rebuilt, 1,100 feet of storm drain, ADA compliant ramps on Trad and Ashley, 47 palm trees, traffic calming table, and also 2 planting areas. This could not have been accomplished without a phenomenal team, including the City of Charleston staff, such as Frank Newham, JMT, and Jim O'Connor and his staff, and Gulfstream Construction. There were some additional subcontractors that were members of this team, including Schnabel Engineering, who were very influential in the innovation of the micropile design. Gulfstream contractors had subs such as Palmetto Gunite, who were responsible for much of the concrete and rebar that you see, and micropiles and resurfacing of the seawall. Excuse me, that was Beach Contractors was responsible for the concrete and rebar. Palmetto Gunite was very innovative with the delivery of the micropiles and resurfacing of the seawall. And then Pleasant Places is really put the finishing touches, which is what we see today as far as the nice curbing and the palmetto trees and the slate tile that you see on the promenade. So this is a huge success. It's a testament to civil engineers, not only in the city of Charleston, but nationwide, and is an exemplary example of what we can do if we work together. And again, just to emphasize some of the project successes, it was on time, it retained the iconic seawall, provided ADA access, more accessibility for ADA compliance, and also parking opportunities, unique parking situations. And then it was a low impact innovation with the use of the micropiles. And one other element about that is the design was very forward thinking. So the micropile foundation design not only aided in the construction of the seawall, sped it up, perhaps a lower cost, but it provided adaptive capacity. So if in the future, if sea level rise, for example, is observed to be higher than projected today, you've got the ability with this seawall to add additional elevation to the crest without the need to rebuild the foundation of the seawall. So again, it was a very forward-thinking and leveraged adaptive risk management and adaptive design. So hats off to the entire team.
Great. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate your recognition and your work as an engineer and with the American Society of Civil Engineers. Time needs to move on. We could thank each one of those folks you've already named, but I guess I just got a shout out to our own Frank Newham. He was a project manager. This is really his baby. And Frank, I don't know if you're on the line tonight or not, but thanks to you. You've done an incredible job marshaling our contractors and subcontractors, and I think it's really a tribute to Frank and the whole team. You're right. So thanks, Chris. Appreciate the recognition.
Mayor, one last point, since I forgot to mention one other element about Frank and Jim, and this is critical to all civil engineers, especially licensed, is ethics. And I've got to borrow from that wonderful tribute that Seth Whipper made for his mother. And he said, if you know the good, if you know that the good, you can do the good. And I'm certainly going to use that with future ethics training for young engineers coming into the profession. So again, thank you, and applaud the success of the city and JMT. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Mayor,
Yes,
if I might, just very briefly, I know we got a long night ahead, but I just would like to echo the sentiments from Chris and ASCE. I think you couldn't have picked a better project to recognize, nor two engineers better recognize. Jim O'Connor has really put his heart and soul into this and come up with an incredible design. But Frank Newham, who's literally out there every day, and he's got lots of other assignments around the city as well. I mean, we all know him as the guy who's going to fix flooding from now into perpetuity. He's really taken this project to heart and soul, and really what you see out there is an extension of his vision and his hard work. And one other thing, if you all ever go down and walk and see this project ongoing, because this is just one of what is going to be 4 or maybe 5 phases, there's one other person who should absolutely be recognized, and it's a woman named Laura Beauclair, who works for JMT. She is out there every day making sure that what was envisioned is actually put out there in the field. She's not missed a day since it started, and it's incredible what she has done with this project. So thanks for recognizing it. Frank, if you're out there, and Jim, if you're out there, and Laura, if you're out there, thank you for what you've done and what you're going to continue to do for the city to make us a better and safer place. So thank you.
Great.
And thanks for the picture, by the way, that's in my background, Jim.
All right, so we have no public hearings this evening, thankfully. We do have approval of some city council minutes from July 29th, August 11th.
So moved.
Mayor,
17th.
Mayor, these are just for July 29th and August 11th.
Oh, we don't have the 17th, just the 29th and August 11th. We have a motion to approve. Any additions, deletions,
Second.
corrections? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. So next up is our citizens participation period. We have 58 people who have signed up. This evening, y'all, particularly with our late start, we really need to keep our citizens participation period to 30 minutes. And so I know it's hard to express yourself in 30 seconds, but I'm just going to have to ask y'all to do that because time is moving on. So please keep your comments concise. I do want to just share, and we do have this at every meeting, but I guess given the experience of recent meetings, I want to share this with everyone, that any person who speaks to City Council should conduct himself in a manner appropriate to the decorum of this body. And we have a code called Section 228, and it simply includes things like no profanity, no cursing, no yelling, no fighting words against anyone personally. And so, and I'm going to use this expression, you know, everybody's entitled to an opinion, right? And we respect that. That's why we have this, to listen to you. And in this virtual format, it shouldn't be an issue tonight, but I just want to say it. We need to be respectful of other people's opinion. Once you've given your opinion, I think it's appropriate to respect the next person's opinion and let him have his or her say, as you've just had. So those are rules of the road here for public participation at the City of Charleston. And with that, I'm going to call on Madam Clerk to call out the names, and we'll proceed. Again, I apologize for the shortness of time, but just 30 seconds each, please. Thank you.
And I would like to let everyone know at the beginning that in order to unmute yourself, you will need to press *6. So I will just go through the names, and when I call your name, if you'll press *6. When I call time, your microphone will be muted and we will go on to the next person. Our first speaker is Tamika Gadsden. Tamika Gadsden. Tamika Gadsden. All right, our next speaker is Brian Turner. Brian Turner.
Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor.
This is Tamika Gadsden.
See, they're coming on late. I tell you.
Mr. Turner.
Hello.
Is this Tamika Gadsden?
This is Tamika Gadsden.
Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yes. I'm here. I'm here to give my comment, to give support for the commission, and to advocate and to ask that it be fully funded and that it be supported supported by City Council. And I'm also calling. I'm sorry, I'm a little disoriented because of the flow of City Council and the delay. But I'm also asking that City Council start to demonstrate more respect for its constituents by not loading up the agenda with other items, so that items like the commission have to suffer and we can't advocate and voice our opinion for this commission and for the work.
All right, Brian Turner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Preservation Society of Charleston in favor of advancing new protections for city's burial grounds. And I just want to commend council and Councilmember Del Chapo in particular. It speaks to our collective values as a city. Moving forward, we'd like to push for a more formalized inventory of grave sites to provide landowners more guidance and predictability, and we're a willing partner in that effort. I'd also like to thank members of council for their perseverance as public servants. I realize there are difficult circumstances, and you all deserve our gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joe Elmore. Joe Elmore.
Good evening. I'm Joe Elmore, President and CEO of Charleston Animal Society. I'd just like to remind council members and the mayor that without citizen advocacy, there would be no women's rights, no civil rights, no historical preservation, no environmental protection, and no animal protection. In fact, there would be, without citizen advocacy, there would be no democratic society, nor this republic. The Animal Society, which was requested by the city to be involved in this overall carriage issue back in the early 2000s, and is even referenced in city code, supports any and all measures that will make our neighborhoods and our
Marcus McDonald. Marcus McDonald. Tracy Liebman. Tracy Liebman. Felice Knight.
Good evening. Good evening to the Honorable Mayor and members of City Council assembled. My name is Felice Knight. I'm here this evening to urge the members of City Council to vote in favor of an ordinance to create a permanent commission on equity, inclusion, and racial conciliation. As chair of the History and Culture Subcommittee of the Special Commission, I can attest to the need for a permanent commission to guide the implementation process of those recommendations. My subcommittee alone contributed more than 200 pages to the Special Commission report.
Thank you, Dr. Knight.
All right, next is Jania Holbrook. Jania Holbrook.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I wanted to address Councilman Harry Griffin and the falsities that you perpetuated either willfully or ignorantly at the last City Council meeting regarding the equity and inclusion report. So to set the record straight, I wanted to make clear to the people of Charleston that didn't actually read the report but relied on you, their elected city leader, to accurately and truthfully convey the information that the report actually never once mentioned defund the police. It's an election year for you, and whether you purposely use the hot topic term to mislead your supporters or constituents, or.
All right, next is Ted Corby. Ted Corby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of the Charleston Carriage Horse Advocates in support of their proposed ordinance that I helped draft as of last year. We're very disappointed with how this went with the commission, but we do believe it's a tiny step forward. What we are asking is that the council amend the current version back to the city's original version dated February 19th, 2021, and specifically are hoping at very least that this council will consider enhanced protections for child safety and drug and alcohol screening.
Next is Maurice Washington. Maurice Washington.
Former council member.
Tony Daniel. Tony Daniel.
I'm sorry for the loss of Miss Gregory and sincerely hope that her neighborhood did not illegally close her roads, blocking her emergency access. If they had, one of you would have raised your hand and said, this is wrong and we're not going to tolerate it. And you should feel fortunate that Ross Appel did not represent her district. Otherwise, you would have had the same problems I have with him promising to help me and doing nothing about it while taking credit for Blessed Sacrament.
All right, next is John Harmon. John Harmon. Next is Kim Cameron. Kim Cameron. Louis Bravo.
Hello, this is Kim. Hi.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Thank you. This commission's sole purpose will be in order to justify its very existence and attempt to come into a diverse and loving community, that they are anything but caring and compassionate folks that we coexist harmoniously with every day. And we see this capacity within the fabric of our society, many examples. I connect very frequently with the many foreign-born residents such as myself, and the common thread is always how inclusive and welcoming Charleston has and continues to be. And
thank you.
Louis Bravo. Louis Bravo. Katie King.
Good evening. I'm speaking in support of making the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation a permanent fixture. I also echo Tamika Gadsden in ensuring that this is funded and supported by City Council. This city has clear and present problems in innumerable ways, but most recently with the proposed plan to expand I-26 and 526 and displace over 100 families. If people spent over a year tirelessly working together to identify opportunities and come up with actionable items to implement change, why would we disband this and not make it permanent? Is it because the mayor and council had no intention?
Thank you.
All right, next is Jessica Morse. Jessica Morse.
Hello, this is Jessica Morse.
We can hear you.
Okay. I want to preface, because this has become such a political issue, I'm not a Trumper or even a Republican. I'm just a mother of a child with epilepsy and sensory issues. None of you wore your masks properly at the last city council meeting. You pulled them down around your chins when it was your turn to speak, and you touched them constantly. I understand it was a long, intense meeting, but it was shorter than a school day for our children. They do not get to pull their masks down in order to be heard. A 2-year-old cannot even keep a hat on his head. It is ridiculous to think that he can keep a mask on his face for 8 hours a day in school or even an hour at the grocery store. Parents, not the government, know what is best for their own children. Never have our...
Next is Joy Ridgway. Joy Ridgway. Next is Kava Compton.
Hello, Joy Ridgway.
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Yes, I'm speaking to to let you know that I oppose the teaching of critical race in our schools, and I further oppose the creation of a committee that will remove monuments from our city or any action. I oppose any action to make a commission of equity, inclusion, and racial reconciliation a permanent commission that will continue to produce extreme policy proposals for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kava Compton. Kava Compton. Tom Nost. Tom Nost. Joel Sadler.
This is Joel Sadler. You can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. I'm a downtown resident and co-owner of Sightsee Shop on Line Street, and I'm voicing my support of the commission. Charleston, as we know it, would not exist were not for the Black labor and culture, despite centuries of exploitation. As a white business owner in downtown Charleston, I benefit from this history of white supremacist policy, while Black citizens are only further disenfranchised. Given this ongoing reality, I'm asking council to operate not from a place of white guilt, but white gratitude for how African Americans made this city we know and love. Your approval tonight to make the commission permanent is a necessary step if we were to have.
Thank you, sir.
Next is James McMahon. And again, just to remind everyone, you can press *6 to unmute yourselves. James McMahon. Nancy McMahon. Nancy McMahon. Jerome Harris.
Jerome Harris. Thank you, council members and mayor. I was a member of the Criminal Justice Task Force of the commission. I'm testifying to urge you to approve the ordinance and to expedite discussions of the recommendations by the subcommittees of the city council. This will by doing this, the city will put itself on the forefront of cities attempting to address questions of racial justice and equity. Thank you.
Thank you,
Joe
sir.
Carroll Iyer. Joe Carroll Iyer. Mara Brockbank. Mara Brockbank. Belvin Olasaw.
Hi, I'd like to speak in support of the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation to be fully funded and continued to address the deep-seated racial inequity that we still face as a city. And also in my capacity as the co-executive director of the Charleston Climate Coalition, say that the committee's work on environmental justice will be crucial to an effective climate action plan, which I believe all of council has dedicated themselves to effecting. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Charles Stevens. Charles
Mr.
Stevens.
Mayor and City Council, Mr. Mayor and City Council, I'm speaking in opposition to the adoption of the recommendations of the report of the Special Commission. I strongly encourage council to vote against making the Special Commission permanent. It's a solution looking for a problem. It will generate nothing but division among our citizens, and it's not who we are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sarah Thompson. Sarah Thompson. Alex Brooke. Alex Brooke.
Hello? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to call in for support for the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. And I wanted to also state to the mayor to call on to make sure that he provides public progress reports on the recommendations set forth by the commission. And I would also ask if we are going to hold more city council meetings, that you would mute other people instead of choosing to mute people when a Black man wants to speak on the history of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Robinson. John Robinson. Allison Sutton.
This is Allison Sutton.
I'm calling in support of the permanent expansion of the commission. The CVB spends over $3 million per year with major publications to win the #1 city award. But for whom are we the #1 city? Tourists who spend 3 days here, or the Black citizens for whom for more than 300 years have built this city from the ground up? Our Black community has been disenfranchised for generations, and it's time we start righting those wrongs for a more equitable future. As council, you have an opportunity in front of you right now to start making that change, to be recognized not as a destination, but as a city with smart leaders.
Renee Brockington. Renee Brockington.
Yes, ma'am. Renee?
It's
Can you speak?
If Ms. Brockington, if that's you, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Following the tragedy of Mother Emanuel.
It's impossible to talk that fast. I was like,
hello?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Following the tragedy of Mother Emanuel, Charleston came together as our
All right, I think we're having some technical issues with Ms. Brockington's line. We'll come back to her. Mike Trama, if you're on the line, if you could press *6, Mike Trama.
Okay, I'm unmuted. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Condolences
we can.
to the Whipper family. Please make the coalition permanent, fund it, staff it with full-time resources, and I want to ask for transparency of those resources. I want to see their IAT assessments posted on your website, because I believe you guys are implicitly biased, and that's why you're all that's why I'm speaking 2 hours late. Yield the rest of my time.
You can talk.
Thank you, sir.
Devin Hanahan.
Ms. Brockington, are you back on?
Can you tell them I was
yes,
cut off too?
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Please speak up.
Following the tragedy of Mother Emanuel, Charleston came together as our city united in love and showed the world God's compassion and grace. There was no division between race or political affiliation. What the city is now proposing is divisive and demeaning to all Charlestonians, regardless of color, and will bankrupt and destroy the city we love. Furthermore, as history has shown us, when people are building a nation.
All right, next is Devin Hanahan. Devin Hanahan. Donna McLean. Donna McLean. Elizabeth Fort. Elizabeth Fort.
hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Is this Elizabeth? Elizabeth Fort.
She's muted.
You can press, if you press *6, it will unmute you. All right, Brett Berry.
We can hear someone there. Is that Ms.
Hi, yes. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Please identify yourself.
Brett Berry.
Thank you.
Last month, certainly. Last month, council rejected the report of the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. Why would council tonight vote to elevate this commission by not only making the commission permanent, but also specifically charging it with advancing the recommendations in the final report, which you just rejected? The mayor has given the final report to the committees for their consideration. Empowering the Equity Commission will only encourage further extremist recommendations that you're going to have to respond to. I ask you to vote against making it permanent. Thank you.
Alfred Pinkney. Alfred Pinkney. Naomi Matthews.
Hello, this is Naomi Matthews. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Whereas most blacks are descended from slaves, most whites are not descended from slave owners. What the mayor and city council are proposing will bankrupt and desolate the city, causing irreparable damage. Reparations should be made only by verified descendants of Charleston slave owners and only 2 verified descendants of Charleston slaves. A simple and effective solution would be for former slave owners to construct black communities complete with houses, shops, churches, and schools on plantations like.
Next,
Thank you, ma'am.
Michael Kogan. Michael.
Hello?
Yes,
This is
sir.
Dr. Mike. And I'd like to speak against establishing the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Reconciliation. Gentlemen and ladies, at your last meeting, you wisely rejected the radical and extremist suggestions in their report. Do not establish them permanently. They're trying to recreate our educational system, dragging race into every topic and stripping our city of its beautiful historical monuments. This will disrupt the city further. Please vote not to establish.
Next is Pat Berry.
He
Pat-
spoke already.
Okay.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Pat Berry.
Oh, I got the name wrong. Sorry about that.
Yeah, this is Pat Barry. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I'm incapable of articulating my position in 30 seconds, so I'll just say the bottom line is that I am against the Special Commission on the Equity of Inclusion and Racial Reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mamie Rand.
I'm here. I'm
Yes.
calling in opposition to the commission. CRT is the belief that society is organized by racism. You are stomping on the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. It's racist in and of itself in every possible direction. The USA is the least racist country in the entire world. CRT is a strategy and a tactic to obliterate our way of life, to care about how one looks instead of how one acts. It fosters the belief everything can be blamed on racism.
Thank you.
Lee Williams. Lee Williams. Ashley Regan. Ashley Regan. Mimi Wood. Mimi Wood.
Hi, this is Mimi Wood. Thank you for your time. I'm calling to voice opposition to some of the recommendations of the commission, specifically CRT. CRT perpetuates victim mentality and divisiveness. It is not Charleston. It is not Mother Emanuel. It does not honor the memories and work of Mrs. Gregory and Dr. Whipper. It does not promote unity. In consideration to make this commission permanent and look at its recommendations, I hope you will do so with an eye towards unification, common sense, and a win-win outcome. Thank you very much for your time and service.
Thank you.
Denise Berry. Denise Berry. Tammy Canapo. Tammy Canapo. Lindsay Piper Loomis. Lindsay Piper Loomis. Samantha Montemagno. Susanna Hinkle. Kelly Smith.
Hi, this is Kelly Smith.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi. Yes, I support the permanent expansion and full funding of the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Reconciliation. Even decades after Jim Crow, this city finds ways to dehumanize Black Charlestonians and make them feel unwelcome here. And it is them who built the city in the first place and created the culture that everyone loves and profits from. I ask that you look at Evanston, Illinois as an example of what can and should be done. It's time for white Charlestonians to own that dark past in ways that actually matter, beginning with reallocating funds from the bloated police budget. Also,
Time.
Thank
Judy Dixon. Judy Dixon.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. I strongly support the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation and urge the City Council to vote in favor of making this a permanent commission. The Commission's work over the past year and the resulting report is an impressive start to an issue that the city and all of us in the community need to commit to. But there is a lot more work to do, which is why the Commission needs to be a permanent city priority, funded and staffed accordingly. Charleston's regularly voted #1 by Travel and Leisure and others. The world is
Roman Hams. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Roman.
Hi. Yeah, this is Roman Hammis. I'm calling against the Equity Commission. Page 25 of that report would establish a board that would have unilateral authority to remove monuments. It's an unelected board. I think that's a really bad idea. We've seen all across the country how this has spiraled out of control. There's statutes of Frederick Douglass, Washington, Lincoln coming down, Kit Carson, Lewis and Clark, Teddy Roosevelt was taken down. When does it stop? The people in Charleston are opposed to this. It's not helpful. Ask that you vote down that commission.
Tara Wood. Tara Wood.
Hello, this is Susanna Hinkle. I'm sorry I missed my spot. I was having technical issues, but I would like to voice my support for the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. Please vote to make this commission permanent and to fully fund it. I would also like to see published progress reports on the recommendations made by this commission and actual work based on their recommendations so that the entire year and a half of work isn't a waste. Please commit to doing right by your citizens.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tony Fogel. Tony Fogel. John Jones. John Jones. Theron Walker. Theron Walker. All right, those were all of the speakers that had signed up to speak. And then we did receive some comments, Mr. Mayor. 10 people.
Hello?
There were no.
Yes. Please identify yourself. Were you signed up?
Yes, it was Marcus McDonald on the list of public commentations. I might have missed my name earlier.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay. I'm in support of the Racial Conciliation Commission, the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. Last meeting, I was booed and heckled and also yelled racial slurs at, and I would never wish that on anybody. After I urged the City Council to vote in favor of this commission. It is imperative. After the meeting, a council member said this is democracy. There's never been a time in history where the City of Charleston has been a democracy for Black people, even though we've been a majority and many times.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the line whose name was called out but was unable to connect? If you want to try
Cheryl.
start now.
Cheryl Puffinstuff.
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
Hello.
Hi,
Please
I'm
Rebecca Matthews. I also.
Mayor, I think it might be better if I go down the list of the names that I had on the list so that we don't have people who weren't on the list asking to speak.
I see. Okay.
So let me go back down our list.
Okay.
All right. So Tracy Liebman. Tracy Liebman. Maurice Washington. John Harmon. Luis Bravo. Is that Mr. Harmon? All right. Luis Bravo. Kava Compton, Tom Nost, James McMahon, Nancy McMahon, Joe Carroll Iyer, Mara Brockbank, Sarah Thompson, John Robinson.
This is Mara Brockbank.
Yes.
Hello?
Please proceed.
Okay, I was talking about having communities. These communities that were Black communities would be self-sufficient and self-governing with their own elected mayor, city council, and law enforcement agencies. This would allow new Black cities to thrive and prosper independent of whites. Furthermore, the Blacks living in the new communities could charge tourists a fee to visit the lands where their enslaved ancestors toiled, lived, and died. This would really be a good way to deal with it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Devin Hanahan, Donna McLean, Elizabeth Fort, Alfred Pinckney, Lee Williams, Ashley Regan, Denise Berry, Tammy Canapo, Lindsay Piper Loomis, Samantha Montemagno, Tara Wood, Tony Fogel, John Jones, Darren Walker. Those are all the speakers that I had on my list. And so,
Hi, I am Rebecca Matthews, and I signed up, but you haven't called my name, so I don't.
I also signed up, and you haven't called my name.
I have called all the names that we had on our list. We will move on to our comment section of the meeting. We had 10 people submit comments that said there were no clinical studies proven to show the difference.
I'm still trying to get through to y'all.
Okay, we are. All right, 10 people said there were no clinical studies proven to show the difference in infections between schools with mask policies or without, and mask wearing should be optional, not mandated. One person said history sells, and if the city removed any more monuments or statues, they would take tourism elsewhere. One person urged City Council to disband the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. They said it was outrageous to include the SCDAH report concerning historical markers and cemeteries throughout the state. 7 people said to mandate masks and not let loud anti-maskers dictate the health of the community. The children and the elderly should be protected as citizens of Charleston. Were dying in high numbers. One person claimed ivermectin was a recommended treatment for COVID-19 in Japan. One person said his public comment wasn't mentioned at the August council meeting and requested that a copy of his public comment be added to his FCC complaint. One person said the police should continue to be funded because there were new gangs in town from Texas. 7 people said critical race theory was not the source of unity the city needed, and CRT was destructive and did not support those efforts. One person said the city continued to ignore requests to unblock illegal road closures. 10 people said adoption of critical race theory will further divide the community. The city was not racist, and the report addressed issues that didn't exist. One person said the best way to establish equity was to adopt a fair tax code. 19 people said to extend the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation Commission permanently. 8 people said not to vote for the Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation to become a permanent commission. 4 people said it was disturbing to see the Confederate flag flown on public property in White Point Gardens. It does not leave positive impressions to tourists who visited the city. One person said City Council were cowards for hosting a virtual meeting to avoid facing the public, and that Marxist ideas would destroy Charleston. And those were all the comments that we received.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk, and I want to thank everyone that participated. And I apologize we have such short time. We do only allow 30 minutes for this period. And so we have a pretty high demand of people wanting to make themselves heard. But thank you all for being with us tonight and sharing your thoughts and opinions. So next is our section on petitions and communications. First up is appointment of 3 code enforcement officers.
So move for approval.
Second. Motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, and thank you for your patience, Colonel Johannes with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. His nickname is Drew. We're so glad to have you with us, along with Wes Wilson, who we've been working with now for nearly 4 years with the study and environmental impact statement for flood and risk management for the Charleston Peninsula. It's been a remarkable partnership between the city and the Corps to get us this far. And they were really listening after they presented the first draft of the plan. They accommodated a lot of public comments, and now they have a optimized plan that they will share with us and open yet another 45-day of public engagement for our citizens to be able to make comments. So with that, should I turn this over to you, Colonel, first?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good evening, Mayor Tecklenburg, distinguished council members, for giving us some time tonight to present the updated Charleston Peninsula Coast Risk Management Study. The city continues to be a very valued member and just a great non-federal sponsor as we move forward with this study. And we'd like to continue that relationship. As Mayor Tecklenburg said tonight, I've got Wes Wilson with me. He's the main project lead. I also have Nancy Parrish and Brian Williams. We've got some experts on our teams that are here to answer any questions. What I'm going to do is just go over a very brief, the brief overview of what's new, and then I'm going to pass it off to Wes to give a little bit more detailed update. Obviously, we're running a little short on time, so I'll try to keep my part a little bit more brief. One of the major changes from the last study is we went from what we call environmental assessment to an environmental impact statement. That environmental impact statement, what that means is that we broadened our scope of what we're looking at. We really went in, tried to refine the results, and we really included a lot more public engagement so that we can come up with that optimized plan that the mayor mentioned that has the most benefit to everyone. And so what's different and what's new? Well, the new things are since the April 2020 release. The first being we've added some nature-based features, which again, Wes will go into the details a little bit on this. We expanded our environmental justice review, as well as fine-tune some of those details with the ultimate goal of making a plan that's better in enhancing our coastal resiliency, specifically focused on the peninsula. So what is that? Well, actually the most important takeaway, and I know the city is very concerned about this too, being one of because the city has a cost-bearing share with the federal government. We reduced the cost down from 1.5 billion, 1.75 billion down to 1.1 billion. That's 1.75 billion down to 1.1 billion. We also increased the benefit to cost ratio, and this is really important when it goes up to the chief of engineers for determining which projects go forward nationally and go forward to Congress to get funded. We increased it from 2.2 to 10.2, which is really, we're really excited about that because that definitely increases the chances of getting federal investment with this. It also means too that, when we look at this, it means that for every, dollar or $2 we spend, every dollar we spend, we get 10 back in investment. And that's really important, because remember, when the Army Corps does a project with one of our non-federal sponsors, the federal government is helping fit the bill. But so that's important. So it's those federal taxpayers all across the nation that put onto there, that invest. And clearly, with this type of cost-benefit ratio, the city of Charleston is somewhere where I think the federal government wants to invest, to keep the peninsula as it is. Lastly, too, we also included, obviously this is looking at the vulnerability piece of just the peninsula in general. We're looking at the flooding problem, but just understand that this isn't an isolated project. It's integrated in with the city's holistic fight the flood strategy. And this specific one is looking at the storm surge capacity. And if you've been kind of following the news lately, you might have seen from Ida and some other places that have experienced this kind of thing. And so, again, we're really excited to be where we're at and ready to move forward. Also understanding too, we don't do this in a vacuum. This is something that we can pull across the whole Corps of Engineers to pull that expertise. So when we actually implement a solution, we bring that with us again. And then lastly, with the draft review, like with the last one, we have a 45-day comment period going through October 25th. We would really like to get your feedback again, so we continue to refine this plan, this study, as we move forward. With that, I will pass it over to Wes Wilson, and he'll give you a little bit more detail of what the plan entails. Wes, you online?
Wes?
He's muted.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Wilson. We can't hear you.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me now?
There you go. We got you now.
All right, sir. All right, Mayor, how much time do I have? I've got a short presentation here.
Proceed. You shouldn't be
all right, sir.
Penalized for our running over. We apologize to you for being a little late getting here.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, I'll go ahead and dive into it. Again, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the time to provide a update on the Charleston Peninsula study. To remember why we're here, this is a federal feasibility study that investigates coastal storm impacts on the Charleston Peninsula, and in partnership with the City of Charleston and its stakeholders. We're exploring effective, economically viable, and environmentally sound solutions to mitigate those coastal storm risks and build endurance to coastal resiliency. So this is a 4-year feasibility study. We got kicked off in 2018, and we're going to submit a final detailed report to Congress in the summer of 2022. As Lieutenant Colonel Johannes just mentioned, we published a draft environmental assessment in April of 2020. We since then have transitioned to an environmental impact statement. So that'll enable us to do, that has enabled us to do more analysis on project impact, clearly define mitigation measures, and offer this expanded public engagement review period that we're currently in right now. This feasibility, as the commander mentioned, this feasibility is just one piece of the City of Charleston's long-range flooding strategy, a piece of the puzzle, a very significant piece of the puzzle, an expensive piece of the puzzle. And this primarily addresses coastal storm surge in conjunction with some other flood mitigation efforts. And we take into account sea level rise and tidal flooding into our analysis. So with that, I'm going to jump into the optimized plan. So we are excited about the costs going down and the benefits going up, but let me talk to you a little bit about the map on the right. So broadly, the plan includes, similar to our draft assessment released in April of 2020, a perimeter storm surge wall, The height varies based on the topography of the peninsula with pump stations and gates. There's also non-structural areas where construction of the storm surge wall is not practical. And we're excited about the new feature of nature-based features like living shorelines we added as part of the plan. And those are identified by the areas where we're in blue. Additionally, why did we add nature-based features? Well, based on public and agency feedback, we integrated in proposing oyster living shorelines to complement the combination wall. That's the area of the wall that's built in the marsh to help reduce erosion in front of the wall and maintain the wall and reduce scouring from the combination wall. Additionally, so what has changed since the last year's report? The cost on the left has decreased from $1.75 billion to $1.1 billion. We've reduced impacts to wetlands. We've reduced impacts from 111 acres to 35 acres. We've added living shorelines, and we've fine-tuned our economic and engineering analysis. And all of this has changed the benefit cost ratio from 2.2 to 10.2. So what does it matter? As some of the analysis that has taken place and the modifications of the plan, in the original plan, we had a breakwater, and that breakwater was at the tip of the peninsula. The breakwater provided no additional benefit to the project with the wall in place. So when you think of having no wall and only a breakwater, the water would go around the breakwater and flood the peninsula. So that only added cost to the project, and that was a significant reduction of cost. It was a $300 million breakwater. We added aesthetic mitigation. So during our optimization phase, the study team worked with the city of Charleston and other stakeholders to determine conceptual ideas as a basis for aesthetic mitigation. So the Corps is working with the city right now to develop a memorandum of understanding that will further detail the process to determine how we will define aesthetic mitigation in the design phase. Aesthetic mitigation is important to the Corps to ensure that whatever we construct for a storm surge wall will be integrated into the urban fabric of this historic city. And if aesthetic mitigation is not the appropriate path forward, the city can elect to fund betterment features to further enhance the design of the wall. One of the questions we received from the last draft EA is, will the wall create a bathtub effect? So one of the things that we looked at after the report has been released is we did additional modeling and analysis and refined our interior drainage to mitigate any interior flooding caused by the storm surge wall. This plan includes 5 temporary, those are the flags in blue, and 5 permanent small to medium hydraulic pump stations to address and alleviate the potential bathtub effect. And by small to medium hydraulic pump stations, that would be similar to the Concord Street pump station near the aquarium. Next, one of the main questions that we got from the draft environmental assessment was, where is the water going to go? Will the wall adversely impact surrounding communities? And the answer is no. So over the last several months, we have conducted a thorough review on whether the wall would deflect water or increase flooding in surrounding areas. And according to the modeling and analysis, the storm surge wall induced a marginal difference in water surface elevations, meaning there was a marginal difference with the wall versus without a wall, an increase of around an inch. So our basis is this marginal increase in water surface elevation was detected during a severe storm event of 9 to 17 feet and would not result in any additional economic damages. And then the final bullet is, why did we elect to go non-structural in certain areas? And just to elaborate on this point a little bit, I'll help you understand. First, we went non-structural. It's not based on home values. Home values aren't even a consideration in non-structural. Second, it's not based on whether a community qualifies for a wall. It's based on engineering trade-offs. Is a wall constructible in this location? we are proposing a 12-foot wall around the peninsula. Where is the 12-foot contour tie-ins? What are the environmental impacts? What are the cultural impacts? What are the real estate impacts? Are we going to be doing buyouts and displacing residents? What are the interior hydrology impacts? Is there adequate subsurface drainage in these areas? Is there real estate to construct pump houses and locations? And what is the risk behind the wall? So we look at all of these potential trade-offs to help formulate our non-structural areas. And I'll just elaborate on a couple of these areas. For instance, the Rosemont area. Each has unique trade-offs that led us to this non-structural proposal. In Rosemont, is our understanding there's no subsurface drainage. We are trying to keep these communities together. The inability to tie in at a 12-foot contour. So if the water goes around the community, could have backside flooding. You would have to encapsulate the community and put pump stations where there's limited real estate available. And the wall would potentially displace residents in this community. And that is something we do not want to do, whether it was on the peninsula, where the wall is located now. We are not displacing any residents, and we did not want to do in these other communities. In Bridgeview, very similar to Rosemont, and they have an additional inability to tie into the 12-foot contour would significantly impact cultural resources in this community, specifically the historical cemeteries that surround it. And non-structural is part of the overall plan. This is to address coastal storm surge on the peninsula. Cost to raise and floodproof these homes is part of the overall project cost. 65% is paid by the federal government, 35% is paid by the city of Charleston. There are no costs out of pocket for any of these homeowners. So I just wanted to take a second to elaborate a little bit on non-structural. And when the Corps does formulate these plans, there are many trade-offs we have to consider. And we believe these are the right solutions for these areas. I've got just a couple slides, and then we can have a Q&A. So the federal cost share comes down to $715 million, 65%, and non-federal cost share of $385 million. Details of these costs are currently under refinement and will continue to undergo scrutiny through the duration of the study. USACE and the city will determine future funding requirements. So after we leave feasibility phase, we are going to work with the city to determine future funding requirements on an annual basis. The cost share amounts at $385 million is not required up front, so it's not required when the study is submitted to Congress. It is broken up on an annual requirement over each government FY. So USACE, the Corps of Engineers, will not seek funding from Congress during the design and construction phases unless the city has identified their cost share match. I just wanted to make that clear to the folks on the line. It's very important that we continue our relationship after feasibility with the city to ensure that, one, if we have annual requirement for funding, that the city has that cost share match available. To get down to the $1.1 billion, we have reduced the environmental mitigation costs by $125 million. We have reduced the construction costs by $125 million. Our pump sizes have been reduced from our initial draft assessment. We have eliminated the breakwater costs. We have refined the non-structural costs. We did further analysis on costs that would be included to raise homes and flood-proof condos. We increased cultural mitigation costs based on consultations with Historic Charleston, Preservation Society, National Park Service, and other federal agencies. And we've added aesthetic mitigation costs, and that number comes out to be about $50 million. So with all the changes, we have reduced costs $650 million. I wanted to bring this slide to light because I know it impacts a lot of folks on the line, is that question of where does the water move? So we looked at areas in James Island, West Ashley, North Charleston, Daniel Island, and Mount Pleasant. And we ran 11 storms and hundreds of points within all of these locations. And there was only a small number of areas that the water surface elevation increased about an inch. And based on that, structural damages are highly unlikely, and construction of a wall would have a negligible adverse effect of increased flooding during a surge event. I have the next two slides, as I think these tell a pretty good story of why we're here today. So the one thing we look at is life safety. How many police stations, how many healthcare facilities, and how many fire stations are at risk of flooding with a similar storm surge of Hurricane Hugo? And almost half of the healthcare facilities on the peninsula are at risk of damages from a similar surge as Hurricane Hugo. With a project in place, so with the wall in place, with the non-structural solutions in place, all of those at-risk police stations, healthcare facilities, and fire stations go down to zero. I think that's a pretty telling number. We look at the same historical impacts without a project on the peninsula. Over half of the historical structures on the peninsula are at risk of damages for a similar storm surge as Hurricane Hugo. With the project in place, that number goes from 54% down to 2%. So a dramatic drop of the historical cultural charm we have here in Charleston. All right, I'll hit a couple timeline slides and then we'll open it up for questions. So we are in the first phase of the Corps of Engineers 4-phase process. We are in the study phase. We don't know a lot of the questions yet. We haven't designed, we haven't done a lot of the heavy lifting in our engineering analysis. That all comes during the design phase. So we know where we are based on, we have a significant federal interest. We have a general idea of costs that'll still go under further refinement. And we have a general idea of conceptual alignment, conceptual non-structural areas, pump stations, and gates. But we don't know all the answers yet. And then all those answers will be figured out in the design phase. And that's next. All right, finally, a lot of words. I'll summarize these real quick for everybody. September 10th, we released the draft report, draft EIS to the public. It's open for review and comment for 45 days. Tonight, we are providing you guys an update. The Corps of Engineers will host a virtual public meeting on October 5th. The details of that will be published on our website. The review and comment period ends, so we stress everybody to get their comments in before October 25th. On November 15th, this is a big day for the Corps of Engineers. It is the agency decision milestone. So the Corps of Engineers changes from a tentatively selected plan to a recommended plan. So the agency gets behind the plan, the agency as in the Corps. After that milestone meeting, we'll need some information, some signed documents from the city. In December, we would like to get a letter of support for our recommended plan, a signed financial certification that ensures that you will be able to come up with a cost share in the future, a signed memorandum of understanding between the Corps of Engineers and the City of Charleston to assess visual impacts in PED phase, and a signed memorandum of agreement to assess cultural impacts in PED phase. Once we get all those documents, we can begin our final routing of our report and submit to our Corps of Engineers Division Office in March 2022. Now, the public will have one more opportunity in June 2022 to see how all of their comments and how all the input that they're going to provide in the next 45 days was incorporated into the plan. Now, the June 2022 date is not a formal comment period, but it is more of a review of how the comments that the public submitted were incorporated. And then August 2022, we have a signed Chief of Engineers report that we will submit to Congress. I encourage everybody to visit our website. There's loads of information. This is where the draft feasibility report is located. We have FAQs, scoping videos. We hope to put this portion of the City Council meeting on our website and future videos as well for reference. And then how to comment, there's many ways to comment. We have written comments, send it to our address. We have an electronic form on our website. You can email comments to the email address at the top. And again, I'll stress to everybody that the end of the comment period is October 25th, 2021. So with that, I am all done, Mayor. I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, Wes, for that presentation and your remarkable efforts on this over the last almost 4 years with us. Council members, would anybody, I know we have a lot to study with this optimized report, and we also have, I think y'all know, a select committee. We call it our 3x3 committee that has been following this every step of the way, and they plan to come to us at our next meeting in 2 weeks and make observations and some recommendations to council of their own after a lot of review of everything. And of course, they're just seeing the optimized plan as of last Friday themselves. And I guess I don't see anybody's hand like shooting up. I did want to call on Dale Morris for just a minute. As you know, Dale just came to work with us as our Chief Resiliency Officer with Mark Wilbert's retirement. But Dale is no stranger to us. He's been working with us for years and was, one of the leaders of the Dutch Dialogues process that we went to. We're really blessed and lucky to have Dale with us. Dale, do you want to go ahead and share any observations from your perspective?
Yeah, just briefly, I want to begin by thanking you, Mr. Mayor, and City Council and everyone for welcoming me to the city a number of years ago in the Dock Street Theater when we kicked off the Dutch Dialogues, and that was just the beginning of my now 4 or 5 year relationship with the city. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to dig in on these issues, resilience issues, flood issues, trying to make the place safer and more resilient and adaptable as the climate changes and weather changes and the seas rise. There's a lot of work to do, and I'm happy to do that on behalf of the citizens and the council and the mayor and the staff. And excited to dig in. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and highly value Mark Wilbert's tremendous service to the city for the last 8 years. I'm taking his position. He has left big shoes for me to fill. I'm going to do my best to do that. And again, thank him for the work that he's already done and he's given to me. I just want to make these very few comments. This feasibility study, there are numbers of many different types of flood risk, flooding causes, and we've discussed them in the Dutch Dialogues report, and I worked on the discovery report on the surge structure analysis last winter, been part of the city comp plan update in the land and water analysis. So surge is but one of, say, 3 or 4 types of flooding, but it is often the most deadly, and it is often the most impactful if an event occurs. These are not quite black swan events, but these are events that may only occur once every 20 or 30 years. But when they do, they wipe out communities. And if you think of Katrina or New Orleans after Katrina, Galveston after Ike, New Orleans and Louisiana after Laura last year to other storms, you think of New York post Sandy, and I can go on and on. But those are surge events and rainfall events, and they combine for just devastating impacts to people's homes and people's lives and jobs and businesses and the tax base. And this surge event, these surge issues are something that we should not underestimate. And I'm pleased that the city's focusing on this as one part of this larger puzzle. As to remind the folks here, as Wes mentioned, this is a feasibility study. So this is in the first part of the effort. You go to feasibility, to PED, to construction, to operation and maintenance, they're all essential, but this is really the first. And there are a lot of questions, legitimate questions that folks have about this, the structure and how it's going to operate and what it's going to look like. Those are legit, and we're going to have to work to answer them in PED. Feasibility study is not the place for that. There wasn't enough funding for the Army Corps to answer all those questions. So we'll work on those in PED if we get that far. And I just want to say, these updates that have been made over the last, sort of 6 to 8 months by the Army Corps of Engineers, it's very clear that the comments that were submitted by citizens, by interest groups and lobby groups and nonprofits and businesses and city council members and go on and on, the Corps listened to them and updated the plan according to a lot of those wishes. So we expect the comments that'll be submitted to this optimized plan to be looked at and reviewed, and hopefully the plan, if necessary, will be revised there. And again, and some of these changes were major that the Corps made. The reduction in cost, of course, you reduce the cost and have the same benefits. Your BCR, your benefit cost ratio goes up. That's a simple mathematical function. But I'll close with this. This increase of the BCR from 2.2, benefit cost ratio from 2.2 to 10.2, in essence, you can translate that into meaning that for every dollar spent on this, you will get $10 of avoided losses. So every dollar spent saves you $10 in the future. If you're a trader on Wall Street, you place that bet over and over and over. So surge is, again, one of these events that come along, not frequently, but when they happen, they wipe places out. And I think our job is to make sure that the city of Charleston doesn't get wiped out in an appropriate way. And that appropriate way is something we'll discover as we move, if we move into PEG. And there'll be more public engagement. I'm available to any and all of you over the next months and weeks. If I can help you understand this or process this, I'm happy to do that. I'll rely upon the Corps at some points, and of course, my extensive knowledge about this. And briefly, or in closing, if we need to do some public engagement with the council, with neighborhood groups, association groups, whatever, please knock on the door, give me a call. I'm happy to engage where I can and help create understanding about this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dave. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It does sort of feel like reunion as we welcome our friends on the Army Corps and you know, just see the way that the process has improved to the results. I'm not a big Wall Street, you know, knowledgeable investor, but I think we can all recognize a 10-to-1 deal when we see it. So that's very, very encouraging, especially when it comes to the ability to, you know, gain an approval from Congress. So I think I'm reacting to the situation that we're in right now tonight, in particular, that this is a long meeting. We've got off to a late start. There's a lot of information. The report got to our inboxes over the weekend. And I know I've gotten some questions from public, but I don't think our public citizens have really, you know, realized that this deadline of 45 days is on them. So I was hoping that maybe we could put some, I know we've got a city plan meeting on September 23rd, but if we could have a couple of council work sessions, or, you know, maybe schedule appointments so that 2 or 3 of us could come in to meet with you, Dale, at strategic points in time. I do feel like we need to be as educated as we possibly can be. And I've been sitting in on the 3x3 committee meetings over the last several weeks, months, and that in itself has been a great background. But I know, you know, I have the luxury of being retired, so I can do that on a morning, and a lot of us cannot. So I would really encourage you to you know, don't just say call me. I think we should have a schedule that you publish, and we can sign up and literally come in, because otherwise the clock is going to be ticking, and then we'll all be complaining that we're trying to make huge decisions that are just up against a deadline. So that's my suggestion. Thanks.
Good suggestion. Anybody else at this point? We will follow that suggestion and set up some times where y'all can drill down on this and get the report from the 3x3 committee. And I do think well before the cutoff date for engagement that we should have a full council meeting workshop dedicated to this topic. So a lot more to come. Wes, thank you. Colonel, thank you. I do want to share with council not only our partnership on this study, but the Army Corps of Engineers has had an office here in Charleston as of this year for 150 years. And they have done everything from build the intercoastal waterway to make the Port of Charleston a world-class port, to supporting our military at Joint Base Charleston, Fort Jackson, and other facilities. They have really served this city and state and nation over the last 150 years, and we thank y'all for your service. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is our report on COVID-19. This is, once again, the last thing I wanted to have on the agenda again, but we're forced to because we may have thought we were done with COVID. It is not done with us yet. The numbers have continued to rise in this state. Hospitalizations are at a critical level, as we'll hear from in just a minute from Jeff DeLisi with Roper St. Francis. And most sadly, deaths are at a alarming rate throughout the state of South Carolina. Very briefly, Shannon Scaff, you want to give us an update on what's going on in the city, and then I'll call on Jeff DeLisi. Shannon?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'll just rattle off some numbers to you real quick. The incident management team is standing by if we choose to activate, but confirmed cases 3,552. Confirmed deaths 35. Probable deaths at number 8, with a percent positive of 12.9. MUSC reports 89 cases per day per 100,000 Charleston County residents as of 12 September. 22 reported probable and confirmed deaths amongst Charleston County residents in the last week, according to DHEC. The 7-day average of cases in the Low Country as of 9/11 is 249.7. The 2-week cumulative incidence rate is 1,078 per 100,000 in Charleston County. 58.6 of eligible South Carolina residents have received at least one vaccine. 58.6, at least one vaccine. 49.7 of eligible South Carolina residents have completed the vaccination. That's according to DHEC. Any of your questions there? That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Shannon. So next, we're pleased to have with us Dr. Jeff DeLisi. He is the president and CEO of Roper St. Francis. Jeff, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the City Council for having me tonight. Yeah, I wish there were different reasons that I was here talking to you and the City Council today, but unfortunately, as you said, we are in our third and I think the most dramatic surge in COVID-19 patients. At Roper St. Francis Healthcare, we have seen higher numbers over the last couple of weeks than we have seen in any of the other 2 surges. COVID-19 patients make up 41% of every patient in our hospitals right now. It's, again, we're going on 3 weeks in a row of record numbers. And, you know, I think we've tried to get this message out of there, but 85 to 90% of those patients hospitalized are unvaccinated. So we're stretched thin. You know, I just wrote a letter to the Post and Courier that you'll all see probably tomorrow morning. I think it's online now, but, you know, we've had to delay some surgeries. Obviously, we're doing everything emergent and urgent, but we backed up surgeries a little bit to be able to take care of all these COVID patients. When I go out to the front lines and visit our healthcare workers, they're tired, both physically and mentally exhausted from it. I mean, they're true heroes and they're doing everything they can to take care of these patients. But the stress on our system and the other systems in the Low Country is really, it's pretty incredible. It's been a very terrible surge that we've seen. We're not out of this yet, unfortunately. And we certainly feel that we have a responsibility to care for the community. It can't just rest on the healthcare workers. We all need to be in this together. And so I applaud, Mr. Mayor, you and the City Council for looking at this issue of masking. I think it's really important. You know, we just heard the vaccination rates rattled off, and we're not to the number in this area that you need to be to have herd immunity. And when you think about these numbers, and we're not even at 60% in our area yet. We're probably a little lower than that in the surrounding counties. We're going to continue to see infection. We're going to continue to see hospitalization. And most sadly, we're going to continue to see death. I can't even tell you the heartbreaking stories I've heard from our frontline workers. We've had pregnant women where we've helped to deliver the babies, and those babies are going to grow up without a mother because the mother died unvaccinated. We've unfortunately had 20-some-year-olds die unvaccinated. And there's only one way to really slow this down. Until we get everybody vaccinated, we got a mask. It's really important. We know that it reduces the risk of transmission if everybody's sort of masking, especially indoors. It's just critical to help, again, reduce the burden on our healthcare systems, because we're all pretty much tapped out at the current moment, and to try to get the numbers back down. Finally, I'll say I don't want masking. I don't want to have to wear a mask. I want to be able to go out to dinner and get to know our community. I've been here for about 9 or 10 months now. I want to get to know all of you better, and get to know our own Roper community even better. But now is not the time. We can get there, and to get there, what we need is to get everybody vaccinated. So please, I encourage, if you're on this, if you're not vaccinated, please, we plead with you to get the vaccination. It's safe, it's effective. I tell everybody, there's never been a larger clinical study done of anything ever, right? The vaccine has been given literally billions with a B of time, and it is safe and it works. It prevents hospitalization. So, again, I applaud you for bringing up the issue. It's something that's very near and dear to us at Roper St. Francis Healthcare. We want to help support the community. We don't want a mask, but I think it's something that we just have to do right now to keep everyone safe. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you or anyone on the council may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. DeLisi? Councilmember Shealy? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. DeLisi. Appreciate your time and being here. I know on our last, or one of our special meetings, I think it was August 11th, Dr. Sweat talked to us about the Delta variant, and he talked to us a little bit specifically on their epidemiology website and some of the numbers there. Can you talk on that? Do you have anything on that? Because there's some interesting numbers that I'm seeing on there that I think should be discussed if possible. Or do we have anybody from MUSC to talk on that?
What numbers are you referring? I mean, I'm happy to comment on the numbers, but what kind of rate or numbers are you referring to?
Dr. Sweat had told us in our meeting on August 11th that he was teaching us a little bit about this Delta variant, and he showed charts from, I think it was the UK, India, and I think Springfield, Missouri, I believe. But he said these curves are steep on the Delta variant. They climb real fast and then they drop off very quickly. And he also let us know that hospitalizations were down with the Delta variant compared to the Alpha variant. And when I look on that website, I see that the Delta variant has gone up steeply and the numbers have dropped off quickly. And this is on the MUSC. I'm looking at it right now on my screen, and it is showing those numbers dropping very, very quickly on that website. He talked about the RT number, the reproduction number, and he said if that number is above 1, then we've got cases growing. If it's below 1, then we're not in a growth situation. I look at this thing probably every 2 or 3 days at least, sometimes every day, and we've been below that 1.0 number that he's talking about. It just happens that it's at 1.02, so it did tick up just a little bit, but it's at that 1 number that he said if it's above, then we're in growth. If it's not, but if you look at that chart, those numbers are coming way down on number of cases per day in the last week or two.
Well, and hospitalizations are going to trail that by a couple weeks. So we've seen a slight decrease in the number of positive cases. I would certainly not call it steep, and nor, what I would call the rise in hospitalizations. It really, I had heard that too. It was a steep up and steep down, but I'll tell you, I went, I remember this because I went away on at the end of July for vacation with my family for a week, and our numbers were in the 20s. At the beginning of July, it was less than 10. By the end of July, it was 20s, and it's gone up ever since then.
Okay, that chart's showing a decline since, it's hard to tell the way it's done, but it's showing a decline for the last week or two. That it's very steep decline
Since about August 25th.
Yeah, that's probably about right, Councilman.
We've seen record numbers in our hospital. Especially last week was as high as it's ever been. I think even Monday, I think we even set our new record of positive patients in our hospital. So, I assure you, we're not admitting anybody that doesn't need to be admitted.
I got you. I understand. I mean, this chart's also showing the number of cases. Now, this is coming from Charleston County Schools website, with the number of cases dropping pretty substantially for Charleston County Schools. It's showing of eligible people, so of 12-year-olds and above, immunity in the Charleston area being 83% on this website. Now it does say for all of them, it would be about 68%. Now that's not vaccination numbers, but that's total immunity on there. So, I mean, the numbers that I'm seeing and I've been looking at, I mean, it just kind of tells a little bit of a different story with the numbers coming down so quickly and the amount of immunity increasing. So I was hoping that maybe Dr. Sweat or somebody from MUSC would be able to maybe answer the questions of what I'm seeing on their website. So, but
we did not ask Dr. Sweat to be with us this evening. I'm happy to have him come to our next meeting or give you a special update if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. DeLisi. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. DeLisi? Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate you being here. And, you mentioned wanting to be here to support us. I feel a responsibility that we want to support you and your healthcare professionals who, as you have mentioned, have been under such stress to serve our community. And unfortunately, in a number of cases, as you mentioned, so many who are hospitalized or unvaccinated. I've used the term, this is an optional pandemic. And it's really a shame to date that more people have not been vaccinated. It's not too late. We still need to urge folks to get vaccinated. The other thing that we can do as a community is to wear masks inside, as CDC recommends, when you're around other people. Not when I'm here by myself, it's fine. But if you're in an enclosed space with a lot of other folks, that's when we should be wearing masks right now in order to take the pressure off our healthcare system. Heaven forbid if you have another kind of malady right now that needs attention, and they're have such a preponderance of COVID patients that they're having to take care of. So we bring to you yet again tonight an ordinance asking for requirement for mask coverings in certain circumstances, and generally expressed, it's inside when you're around other people. And not a lot more complicated than that with the normal exceptions. And Julia is probably online and could answer some questions. I'm sure y'all have read the proposed ordinance in your agenda. Can I entertain a motion to entertain this ordinance?
Move for approval, Mr. Mayor. Second.
All right, Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you. And I just want some clarity real quick. This is an emergency ordinance, correct? So it'll need a 2/3 vote to get passed.
This is not an emergency ordinance. It's first reading, and it will require a majority vote to pass.
Okay, I was under the impression it was an emergency ordinance. It does, my opinion doesn't really change. This thing stinks. I've never seen an ordinance like this. Number one, it looks like it was just a bunch of copy and paste put together. It looks like it is a response that our city is throwing a temper tantrum because we didn't get what we wanted when we decided to jump onto the Columbia lawsuit against the Attorney General, and we didn't get our way with that. So we're going to try to put that into an ordinance to punish our citizens. But I think probably the most disgraceful thing in all of this is, there actually is language in here that any person, so that would be, in this case, would be an adult or a child that is found to not be wearing a mask can be fined $100, $200, and $500. Mr. Mayor, I want to see you go write that first ticket to a 5-year-old who's not wearing a mask. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. You've gotten everything you've wanted. You got the encouragement piece in the resolution. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago where we didn't take action. And since then, the numbers have continued to drop. Go look on DHEC's website. Look at the number. Look at the graph.
Doctor, I'm sorry. The doctor said people are dying, and
Pardon me, sir.
We can't even conduct a normal meeting because we have people that chime in all of the time. I mean, we're the laughing stock sometimes of the community because we can't even conduct a meeting. I can't even get my point across as a council person because we've got people that are always chiming in. We should be meeting in person. We just said at our last meeting that we were going to do that. And then all of a sudden, here we are over Zoom again, because you're scared, Mr. Mayor, to meet in person. That's my thought process. That's what I believe, because I called up to City Hall and supposedly we're going to have a meeting on the 28th at City Hall after we all talked about how we weren't going to go back to City Hall because it wasn't a good space to meet. So we are not doing things right with the city. We're not. We are confusing our citizens daily. We're now going to go back to having our livability officers go around and start writing tickets and harassing people that come to our city. I'm disgraced with the mask ordinance. I'm disgraced that we're not meeting in person. And I'm disgraced that come November, you might fire several dozen of our employees because they haven't been vaccinated, even though the federal government and President Biden has said that if you're over 100 people in a business and you don't want to get vaccinated, you can get a weekly test. We don't have that option in the city. So our first responders, our fire department, our police officers, our public service personnel, their jobs are on the line, even though they've worked for the last couple of years during this pandemic and done so on our behalf and kept us going. They're now wondering whether or not they're going to have a job in a couple of months. So to say that maybe this ordinance itself has just really brought out just a lot of distress in me, I'm just really disappointed at the direction that we're going. And I just cannot believe that we now have an ordinance that we're going to vote on that you can go find a 5-year-old. I mean, if that isn't the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen as a municipality, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Just to let you know, Councilmember Griffin, our vaccination policy does allow for a waiver if our employees choose to pursue one, which would necessitate testing, as you mentioned. So we do allow for that.
So every employee is going to have that opportunity, sir?
They do if they request it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else on the ordinance? Councilmember Waring, then Brady.
I'll defer to Councilman Brady. Go ahead, Councilman Brady.
Councilmember Brady.
Thank you, Councilmember Waring. I just wanted, when we talked about this at the last meeting, I had mentioned the fact that we don't like it when the state government comes down on us and starts overriding us as elected officials. And, the Charleston County School District just announced yesterday after their meeting that they're going to use federal funds to enforce a mask mandate in schools. So it seems to me, if our ordinance is going to talk about enforcement in schools, and we have an elected body that oversees all of the county schools, those decisions are best left to those elected bodies. And I think it's the same thing with our private schools. They have boards that are responsible to the school and the parents that set those policies. So I would like to ask that we strip that out of the ordinance. And then if not, just based on being consistent with that, I'm going to have to vote against it.
All right. Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, on last Wednesday, Senator Scott had a Commission on Aging workshop at the Waring Center over at on St. Francis's campus, and obviously came out with a lot of fact points on aging, and after the conference was over, we spoke about a number of things, but one of the things he spoke about was the high percentage of, and the high 90 percentile in the U.S. Senate who's been vaccinated, in the U.S. Congress, and the high 90 percentile, I mean north of 95% who's been vaccinated, and a high percentage of governors all across America has been vaccinated. And I wish, and I'll certainly reach out to him to see if somehow that information can be pushed out. As a result of that, I spoke to, as part of that gathering, I spoke to Mr. Anthony Jackson, who I believe is the Chief Operating Officer. Mr. DeLisa, you may be able to correct me on that. But the same urgency that Mr. DeLisa has just told us, obviously Mr. Jackson didn't know I was going to ask this question, but I asked him generalities, but I asked him how things are going. He said things are going good. I said, how things are going in the hospital? And the angst that came over his face as to how the ICU units are really backed up, and the overproliferation of people who are unvaccinated being in there, and in particular the stress that's being put on our healthcare providers on a daily basis. It was almost as though he was saying, I don't know how much longer they can take it. So I understand. I wish politics had never, ever, ever gotten involved with this, because the science is what should lead on this. And it is the science that the reason I voted on this. Now, Councilmember, and I would ask, hopefully our legal counsel, if there is a provision in there, since I made the motion that a 5-year-old can be fined, that certainly ought to be stripped from this ordinance. And I'll be happy to amend my motion to be able to allow that to occur. But we, at the very best, we can follow the science and take our best efforts and our best steps and support our healthcare professionals and executives on this one. And I'm going to vote to support the measure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Seekings.
So I'm just going to speak briefly to this. And first, I want to thank Jeff for coming in and talking to us. I will just say this, to answer any questions about whether or not there are issues out there in the healthcare world that have been brought about by COVID in our community. I think, Jeff, including you on this call, there's nobody who spent more time inside of Roper this past week than me. And I've spent a lot of that time talking to people working inside that hospital, and they are stressed. It is not a joke. And I've spent a lot of time there over the last 18 months, and no time during the last 18 months have they been as stressed as they are right now. There's a reason for that. And the reason is because people are getting sick with COVID. And, you know, we, to the extent that we've got jurisdiction over it, need to help our healthcare professionals who come here to ask us for that help. It's not something we love to do. I know that the people we run into every day on the street who don't get to see it in real time don't like it. But if we don't partner with our healthcare facilities, our healthcare providers, and give them the help that they're asking for, this is going to go on for a long time. And, you know, to those who think this all stinks, for those who are inside that hospital and are suffering, and for the people that are giving them care, That stinks. And if you have not seen it, Roper produced a video with one of its doctors, and he talks about, he's a infectious care specialist, and it is incredible to watch not just what he has or hear just what he has to say, but to see his body language from someone who's been on the front lines for a year. What we're doing is such a small part of the big picture. We need to do it. We don't need to love it. We don't need to give tickets to 5-year-olds. We need to ask people to be adults, to get vaccinated, and to help out the people who are getting sick and are on the front lines. And really, it's the people on the front lines. The people who are getting sick can help themselves in a lot of ways by getting vaccinated and being compliant in other ways. But those who are providing the healthcare, I'm just telling you, what I saw this last week inside of Roper was rough. I mean, it was really rough. And it was in the faces of the healthcare providers. So you're not to be overly dramatic about it, but there's drama that's associated with it. And it's not the drama of politics, it's the drama of healthcare. So let's do the right thing. Let's keep a very close eye on it. To my fellow council members who are looking at dashboards and numbers, let's also listen to the doctors that are in there, because that's real time. And it ain't over yet. It's just not. So I don't love the fact that we're asked to do this. I don't love the fact we're gonna have to vote for it. But I do like the fact that we can do a very small part in getting us back on the road to recovery and giving, among others, Jeff DeLisi and his team support. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Mitchell, then Del Chapo. But let me mention one thing, as Councilmember Griffin had asked, this is not an emergency ordinance, so this is just first reading. We will not be writing a ticket to anyone until we get second and third reading. And so if any of you have any tweaks, please send them to me and Julia, and we can make some minor adjustments before second and third reading. One of which I know about as well is that we don't want to conflict with anything that the school district passed last night. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I understand what people are saying, and I understand what my colleagues are saying. And even in the community, what they're saying, even when they fight me about it, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't vote on it. But I'm looking at safety in this part of it. This thing is very serious. You know, a lot of people don't do anything until it hits their front door. Once it hit their front door, then they want to scream and holler. It's too late. So we got to be proactive with this. My 2-year-old grandson had COVID. Wow. My daughter had COVID, and she works for Roper Hospital because she's a medical, certified medical clinical assistant. You see, so I had right in my family, and I got a friend right now. He had COVID. Now he came in, he went into the pneumonia. So people not seeing all this is right wrong in my circle. I had my friends of mine already died from it already, right? Even in my church. Even when I was mentioned, Mr. Mayor, when I went to Maryland, Mr. St. Julian Devine's son, who was the first Black city alderman for the city of Charleston, Kenneth Devine, he died of it also. So, you know, I have seen it right here. So we got to look at things and be proactive. I might get beat up because of it and I'm voting for it. So be it. But I'm going to do what's right because I have it in my back door. So people are going to wait till they get in their back door and they're going to say, oh, I should have done this. I should have done that. It's too late. We are looking at everyone. We are here to make decisions based on everyone to help out if we can. And it's only a safety net. It's not a cure. Even the mask is not a cure, but if the mask can help, so be it. My little grandson right now, he is wearing a mask and it doesn't bother him. And he is only 2.5 years old. So right now, it doesn't bother him. His daycare had COVID. They had to shut it down 3 different times. And my daughter's paying $200 and something a week for him to go there. See, so people, we got to stop looking at things and hearing what people are saying and what people are saying. And we were looking at the numbers, we're looking at the scientists, we're looking at the doctors. The doctors will tell you, you go to those hospitals, you see, they are filled up. All the beds are filled up. The ICU beds are filled up. I had 4 constituents call me today. They can't even get their surgery because they say it's really not important. It's dire need for emergency now before they can have an emergency surgery right now. So we got to look at it. This is some very serious matter we're looking at right now, people. My colleagues, this is very, very serious. This is no play game here. So I tell people, okay, I'm running for election. If that's going to make me lose the election, so be it. That's what I look at it, so be it. But I'm going to right now say I'm going to support this measure. If we got tweaks that you want to take out, you contact the mayor as he stated, and Julia, and you can tweak it a little bit, take certain things out if you're looking at it. But we have to go and do something. That's what we are sitting here for. We take an oath, and you go and read your oath. We are here to work for everyone in the city of Charleston if we have to do something to keep people safe. And that's what we're here for. Things have changed. This is not the way it used to be. Things have changed a lot. So I hope that everyone is hearing me very carefully and open their ears. Because tomorrow it might be in your front door, tomorrow it might be in your house tomorrow. Because you don't know who you're gonna come in contact with. I wear my mask all the time. All the time. Even in my house, I'd be wearing masks. And I don't know why I'm wearing it in the house. There's nobody here but me, but I still have it on. So be it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Del Chapo, then Jackson.
Thank you. So a couple, first of all, I personally have absolutely no problem with a mask mandate. You don't have to tell me to do whatever I can to take care of myself and other people. That's just a matter of being a decent human being. And the fact that, we have to tell people that they need to, I can't take care of somebody any more than they want to take care of themselves. And so this perpetual cycle that we're spinning in just, aggravates me to no end, because it's about a respect for the sanctity of life and the absolute blessing that you are here in this body, housing this soul. It just blows my mind that anybody would be disrespectful to this amazing gift from God. But that being said, there are people who are. This council continues to neglect the fact that we bridge two counties. We have to keep that in mind. So and I will agree with Councilmember Brady when it comes to the schools. They are a separate elected body. So what this ordinance would do would have 4 schools, Daniel Island School and the 3 Philip Simmons schools, which are inside the city of Charleston, doing something completely different than the rest of Berkeley County. And I'm not saying that, that's right or wrong or whatever, but again, we talk about, and I completely agree, residents are so confused. The rules of the game are constantly changing on them. And so, now you're setting up some sort of system where, kids in the same school district are not on a level, are not all playing by the same rules. And if I wanted to direct the policy of the schools, I would have run for school board. I did not run for school board because I wanted to take care of the issues that city council takes care of. So, and we talk about things about the curriculum of schools and things like that. That is not our job. We have gotten so far removed from what exactly it is that city council is tasked with doing. I'm not stepping into the schools and telling them what to do, because if parents don't like their school boards, then there's elections for that. Just like if they don't like us, there's elections for us, etc. We have to continue to keep that in mind. And Berkeley County, has taken a pretty strong stance on where they stand on a mask mandate in schools. And I can't change that any more than I would accept a school board coming in and directing city council what to do. It's such a disconnect. The other thing that I want to know is, how will this be different than last time? All we got last time was what an absolute nightmare this mask mandate was. Those people who, like me, like many of you, who wear masks, we continued to wear a mask, and all we were was frustrated by those people not wearing masks. So I was inundated with phone calls and texts and emails and everything else, like I'm sure many of us were, of why isn't the mask mandate being enforced? I'm going out to dinner, I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm seeing all these people without masks on. And we were even told it's extremely difficult to enforce. So how is this time different? I don't want us, it's kind of like the definition of insanity. I'm going to do the exact same thing again, and I'm going to expect a different outcome. And so I want to hear how this time is going to be different. Is there some sort of different enforcement? You know, and again, you know, to the points made also about, you know, little kids. I mean, you know, I know that livability, and I believe it was, if I'm memory serves me correctly, I'm not looking at the ordinance right now, fire marshal and then would be involved in this. And I know that they'll use their best judgment and not, you know, write a $500 ticket to a 5-year-old or anything like that. But when it's there and it's a possibility, I don't know. Again, please keep in mind that we are in 2 different counties, and I want to know how this time will be different than when we were just here a couple months ago, and you know, we all wanted to rip our hair out.
Well, thank you, council member. I'll just try to simply say that when we had a mask mandate in place before, compliance went up, and enforcement is difficult, I admit. And I think in looking out for the public safety and health of our citizens, what we're just simply trying to do is in a very good and strong way, ask our citizens to do what the CDC recommends. And that's when you're in an enclosed space, in a building, and you're around other people, you ought to be wearing a mask. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really appreciate your questions, Councilmember Del Chapo. I guess off the top of my head, what I have experienced that's different in the last, you know, since, let's say, end of July, when we were all made aware, increasingly aware, that this Delta variant has a whole new impact on parts of our population that thankfully we didn't really have to worry about to any huge extent with the original version of the virus. We were concerned about the elderly and the frail and the people in nursing homes and that kind of, you know, generational difference. Now, this variant is attacking younger people and then bringing it back through to those of us who are vaccinated. I have 3 friends who, you know, thankfully they weren't that ill, but they had breakthrough cases from their grandchildren. We've had people on our own payroll here in the city whose little, you know, preschool kids have been positive and had quarantine, and they're, you know, thankfully they were not that ill. They didn't have to go into the hospital, as far as I know. I have other friends who've had to, their parents have had to move out. They've had to send their children to their grandparents to quarantine because the grandparents at least don't have to work, so that parents would not be infected by the children that are positive. This is a whole new ballgame. And I'm praying that, you know, these spiking numbers are going to be true to what we learned with Dr. Sweat a month ago. I haven't seen that they've come down significantly. I'm not reading the you know, the website every day. Like, I admire Councilmember Shealy for looking at everything on a daily basis. But when you check it out, you know, on a periodic, it's a whole new set of concerns. So I want to associate myself with Councilmember Mitchell. I too am up for election this year. And if this is the reason that the voters decide that, you know, they would prefer a different representative for District 12, then that would be something that I could certainly be peaceful about. I am voting for this for what I consider the right reasons. My kids are educators. They're each in their classrooms every day with populations that are actually seeing their own, you know, friends and teachers. And so more and more younger people are trying to get vaccinated, which is great. I really think that we're growing whole nother generation of responsible, responsive citizens in the ways that, you know, my parents taught us, being the greatest generation who sacrificed really the bulk of their growing up in young adult lives for our country. And I really think that Councilmember Seekins hit it on the head. None of us like this. It's hard to be unpopular. It's hard to get all of these, you know, frustrated people leaving messages in our voicemail and our email and sending them around to the whole council. But I consider that the responsibility that we've taken on as elected officials. And so I'm ready to vote in favor and see how the tweaks come back to us for a second reading.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and call the question unless somebody has something else pressing. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I was going to ask for a roll call vote. I'm sorry about that.
I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Del Chapo,
Yes.
Councilmember Shealy,
Nay.
and Councilwoman Del Chapo, you said yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Safran,
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
Councilmember Brady,
Nay.
Councilmember Gregory,
Yes.
Councilmember Waring,
Aye.
Councilmember Seekins,
Aye.
Councilmember Shade,
Aye.
Councilmember Griffin,
Nay.
Councilmember Appel,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
Yes.
The motion carries. It was 10-3.
Thank you kindly. And thank you again, Dr. DeLisi, for being with us this evening and your patience. All right, next up is our council committee reports. First up is Committee on Community Development, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Community Development met on September 9th at 2 p.m. And we had a couple of items there under new business. We had a presentation on the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation, which is final report and recommendation. But we took that as information. What she's going to do, I asked her to send information out to all the council members so they can read over it, and then it would come back to us for approval. So right now, it was only for information at my committee meeting. And I too, we had discussion on the Cooper River Bridge redevelopment area, which is a phase 2 tax increment financial project. And that was approved. And we had discussion on it, telling you some of the places that will be renovated, torn down or repaired, which is the Martin Park house, which is so small for the kids to come in. We need more space in that particular place. You don't have a kitchen in it, and you have so many kids there. So they're looking at that very seriously to do something with that and some other items they have. So that was approved. And under old business, we had the Hope Center with Mr. Cashdale in Singleton and the Palmetto Cap. That was deferred because of something with the state was dealing with something that we couldn't approve it. So if you need some more information, and I think Ms. Gianna Johnson, I don't know if she's on the line or not, she can kind of explain that if you need some explanation to that. Our attorney probably can explain it more.
We'll be bringing that back to our next meeting.
Okay, that's good. So the only one I have that was approved was number 2, discussion of River Bridge redevelopment area, phase 2. So I asked for approval on that.
Great. Any discussion or questions on that, council? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 The ayes
Who is the
have it.
second? Who is the second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay. I think Councilmember Gregory did as well, but he was on mute. All right. So we had a report already, so to speak, on Committee on Human Resources at our Ways and Means
Correct.
Committee. Do we have anything to add, Councilmember Jackson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So next up would be Committee on Public Safety, Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The Committee on Public Safety met yesterday at 2 o'clock. We got an update and reviewed to consider the adoption of the city's emergency operation plan. That was for information purposes only. We appreciate Shannon Scaffs and his update on that plan and what that plan entails. It includes a response to several contingencies dealing with, I'm sorry, is there a backdraft on mine in?
Councilman, yeah.
I'll try to speak a little more softly.
Councilmember Mitchell, can you turn your, I think he's picking up off of you.
Anyhow, we received the report, an update on that emergency plan. There was no action taken, excuse me, on that agenda item. Next, we recommended the approval of a memorandum of agreement between the police department and James Island Charter School and Berkeley County School District for SROs, and that was approved unanimously as well. We received a report from Chelsea Francis and Chief Courier on accepting the 2021 Port Security Grant. This had several components to that. We took this up already on Ways and Means, but it was dealing with a total grant amount of $785,000 for another fast boat, hazmat response, and a unit marine fighter training. So, and our match grant was $196,000. That was also recommended unanimously. And finally, approval to accept an award for an elder advocate and resource specialist for the police department. This was sort of in line with what we've already approved in years past. That resulted in a total match of $51,442.45. So I recommend the items look at my agenda, B through E be adopted by this council.
We got a motion and a second.
Second.
Any questions, comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, our Committee on Public Works, Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All items as you see listed on your agenda passed unanimously, and I so move the adoption of this report.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. And finally, our Committee on Ways and Means,
Move for
Councilmember.
approval.
Second.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. Councilmember Waring.
I'd like to offer an amendment on the item issued, the MOU at the Northbridge site, to remove any language dealing with the 99-year lease for $10 to the developer.
I'll second that.
I'm not sure an amendment is in order at this time, Councilmember Waring, but I must share with you that the 99-year lease, as outlined, is really part of a future development agreement and not part of we're not committed to that by way of this MOU. That would be a commitment made in a future development agreement with the developer.
Mr. Mayor, that's even more reason to remove the language.
Well, I'm saying when we discuss the development agreement and vote on it, that's when you would decide whether that gets included or not. But regardless, I believe the amendment is out of order at this time.
Well, I would say a call a point of order on that, because that was done at a different meeting, at the Ways and Means meeting. This is a new meeting, city council meeting. You would be right. If I did that at Ways and Means, you would be correct, but not at the city council meeting. It's an entirely different meeting.
Can I call on my parliamentarian?
I had to defer to Julia on this one.
Julia or Wilbur?
What you're referring to, Mr. Mayor, is if at a meeting, if I were on the were not on the prevailing side, I could not bring that issue up at that very meeting. You would be right. This issue wasn't even a motion to be voted on, even in the Ways and Means meeting. I'm bringing it up as a new issue at a new meeting of City Council. We have already adjourned Ways and Means. If I had brought that up at Ways and Means and it failed, and I brought it up at the Ways and Means meeting, I would be out of order.
The motion on the floor was to accept the report from the Ways and Means Committee. That motion was made by Councilmember Gregory, I believe. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
I did.
I didn't record the motion with a second on the report. I don't think we've had a motion yet on the report.
I thought we had a motion on.
Who made the motion?
Councilmember Waring did.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, tell me again.
The Councilmember Waring made a motion to amend the Ways and Means report that was seconded by Councilmember Shealy.
I have Councilmember Mitchell made the motion.
Okay.
No.
Councilmember Waring made a motion to accept the Ways and Means report as amended by removing the 99-year lease, and seconded by Councilmember Shealy. But was there a separate motion made by another council member to approve the report as is?
That's right. I'm trying to find out who made the motion so I can ask him whether he will accept this amendment or not.
You mean at the Ways and Means?
Was that Councilmember Mitchell made the motion to accept the Ways and Means report?
I probably did. I don't remember.
That's what Velvet just reported.
I probably.
I'm trying to for you. What's that, Velvet?
Yes, Councilmember Mitchell made the initial motion to accept the Ways and Means report as is.
Okay.
And
Councilmember.
who is the second?
I think I was the second.
He had a
Okay.
second. And then Councilmember Waring made an amendment.
Correct.
Seconded by Councilmember Griffin. So I
No,
go back.
no, not seconded by me.
Shealy.
No.
Shealy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shealy. I apologize. My bad. So I go back to Councilmember Mitchell. Will you accept this amendment to your motion, sir?
Okay, I accept it.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor now that we can take action on. The amendment is to remove any reference in our MOU, if it's in there, regarding a 99-year lease on the property. Is that the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any discussion or questions? Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, sir. I don't know how I feel about this because, this could affect the MOU, and, the other party to this deserves to have an opportunity to weigh in on this issue. But I actually supported the MOU at our Ways and Means Committee meeting, but I'm a little hesitant about us not getting at least quarterly updates about the progress, what the money is being spent on. I would hate for us to just give, a blank check to you, Mr. Mayor, almost 700,000, and, y'all just work on this without us knowing what is being spent. I think we need to be completely transparent about that process and how that money is being spent along the way. And I don't just mean going to the West Ashley Revitalization Commission either. It needs to come to council. This is a lot of money that we're spending, taxpayer money that we're spending. And I'd like to get some assurances that we're going to be getting those updates and knowing how that money is being spent along the way.
All right, thank you. Ms. Copeland, are you on the line?
I am, Your Honor. I am Mayor, sorry.
Mayor, I think
I am
Councilmember
corridor of a council meeting. Oh my goodness. So I'm trying to follow this conversation, but I feel like we are voting on a report that has already been on a prior agenda, and the report was approved by the Ways and Means Committee. Therefore, you should be voting on approving the report, not pulling a separate item out and reviewing it all over again.
Okay.
All right. Share that with me again, please.
I believe the way this is currently sitting on the agenda is the approval of a report that's come out of Ways and Means. It's already been vetted by the Ways and Means Committee and approved by the Ways and Means Committee.
Correct.
So I think the way this should be approved right now is just the approval of the report, not pulling a separate item out of the report, which is not listed on the agenda as consideration of a separate item. It's just a report that we're all considering and voting on.
So my initial ruling to say that the amendment was out of order, you're concurring that that would have been correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to go to Robert Rules Order. It's another meeting. The person that made the motion, Councilmember Mitchell, accepted the amendment. That ought to be voted upon. It's not an opinion. It is, I mean, that's why we have Robert Rules of Order in black and white, so we can refer to.
I'm responding to our council report at this time and her advice, and I would concur with that. I'm going to rule that the amendment is out of order and that we're going to vote on the original motion to accept this report from the Ways and Means Committee.
Hypothetically, I do have a question. If this fails, then that's come back onto the floor. Councilman Griffin has already said he's unsettled with almost 700,000 being spent without it coming to council and keeping us informed. As you know, your approval on spending is 40,000 before you have to come before council. The way this MOU is written, 683,000 could be spent prior to you coming to council, which doesn't keep us informed, doesn't keep the public informed. Councilmember Griffin is right. So if this amendment is not accepted and this report fails, then do we get to put a new motion on the floor? That's my question to Ms.
Well, that's a hypothetical. Let's call the question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Shade has his hand up.
Councilmember Shade.
To answer Councilmember Griffin's concern, and I think Julia pointed it out, and Julia, please correct me if I'm misstating this, but the $683,000 that we're talking about only comes into play if we reject the plans that Landmark has first. So no money is going to be spent by the city on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis or anything along those lines. That's number one. Number two, all this, we get reports from the development process as it's going through, and none of this money can be spent without city council's approval, not the West Asheville Revitalization Commission's approval. It has to come back to city council to approve the eligible expenses. Am I misstating that, Ms. Copeland?
I'm sorry, Councilman Shade. Are you talking about the $683,000?
I think the question came from Councilwoman Griffin about the expenditure of $683,000. And I think based on your presentation, those are just defined as eligible expenses.
Correct.
And the eligible expenses only come into play if the city rejects Landmark's plan.
Correct.
And that those expenditures can only be made by the approval of city council.
The expenditures, the out-of-pocket expenditures can only be made if approved within 30 days of submitting the contract by either the mayor or someone he designates, which we'll assume is going to be someone in finance, in the finance department.
What oversight does the city council have on the expenditures of 683? It's a question I think he's asking.
Well, Landmark will be submitting on the 20th of every month an audit or a layout of all the expenditures that they've spent to date based on that plan.
And that would come before city council.
That could, yes.
And that's what we need to ensure to make sure that everybody's up to date on what those eligible expenses are.
Yes, sir. And that's stated in the MOU.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Griffin. Yes, sir.
I believe since I was a member of the majority, I can make a motion that we could reconsider this. I'd like to have some further discussion on this. I'm not really, I'm still feeling up in the air about this, to be honest with you.
All right. Right now, we have a motion on the floor to accept the committee report. Any further questions or discussion? I'd like to call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. All right. So next up is our items for second.
So am I not able to make a motion to reconsider?
Well, I asked if anybody had any comments or discussion, and you didn't speak up, so we voted.
I just said to you that as a member of the majority on that issue, I am able to make a motion to reconsider that item.
You have that right, but you didn't make the motion.
What do you think I was just saying? That's exactly what I was doing. I was asking for some clarity about whether or not that was acceptable, whether or not I can do that.
And I gave you that opportunity to make the motion, sir.
I'll make a motion. I don't know. We need to bring legal in because I don't know if I can make that motion in the same meeting or that to be the next meeting.
Yes, Councilman Griffin, you can make the motion in the same meeting. You have to make it within 24 hours of the vote.
I'll make a motion that we reconsider the item on the MOU.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
You ain't got no second.
You got a second.
Kevin Shealy.
Councilmember Shealy gave us.
Okay.
The reason why I'm asking for it to be reconsidered is because I thought that was a very ambiguous answer as to what oversight city council has on this process. And whether or not, I have a hard time believing that Landmark is going to basically do $683,000 worth of work and not know whether or not they're going to get paid back. This could take several months to do that. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So they're going to continue to operate out of good faith for what could be another year without getting any payment. And the only way that they get paid is if we decide to not do a development agreement. Is that what I'm understanding?
This is the way I understand it. So they don't want to spend a dime unless an expense is considered eligible upon review by the city. That's the way the MOU reads. And so, for example, I know a lot of their contract will go to Dinos Leolio, who is their architect, who's going to do all this design work and run the submittals to the TRC and to the DRB, and they'll obviously want to get paid for their work. So prior to Leolio being authorized to proceed by Landmark, Landmark will get a proposal from Leolio, and they'll send it to the city and say, city, are you okay with this proposal from Leolio? We want to know that it's going to be eligible before we tell him to proceed. And then we've got 30 days in which to tell Landmark, yeah, we think that's a reasonable offer from Leolio. It will be a eligible expense. That's the way I understand it.
But then how are they going to get paid? We just said that they're only going to get paid. The 683 only comes into question if we decide not to move forward with the development agreement. That could, I asked earlier how long it's going to take to come up with a development agreement. I was told it's going to take several months. So we're saying that Landmark is going to continue to operate and do these services and not get a single penny for several more months. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct. They've got skin in this game. They're taking risk in this game. Absolutely. And so once we get to the development agreement and move forward and all agree to the guaranteed maximum price, then we don't pay them a dime, but those costs get ascribed or designated to the private side or to the city side, and it will end up being, covered in the development agreement. If we decide, hey man, this is too much money, we don't want to do this project, it's not going to work out, we want to build a park there or do something different, then they've had these eligible expenses approved, and we're going to pay them back for those eligible expenses that they've fronted, so to speak, put the money up front during that time period. Does that make sense?
Not really. I'd love to hear from them. We haven't heard from them tonight at all about whether or not they agree with that, because I don't know too many business models that can go 7 years without getting paid.
They signed the MOU already, but I see Jonathan Oakman online. I don't know if Jason's still on the line, but.
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in?
Sure, Councilmember Shade.
So Councilmember Griffin, we asked them being Landmark to, and we worked with them on defining these eligible expenses. And so it was some back and forth on coming up with that number of 683. And at the end of the memorandum of understanding is an exhibit A. And I think Ms. Copeland went through this in her slide screen, that requirements for them to perform between September and May of 2022 is outlined in those things that they're going to do to become part of the eligible expenses. And so, as the mayor said, they will have skin in the game to perform. And if we accept what they have done, and this process is rolling forward, that 683 gets rolled into the overall expenses of the project. The 683 only kicks in if we reject and say we're pulling out of the project. Then we get the benefit of the work that they had done. So yes, this is a part of the parcel of us working with them, negotiating with them on this eligible expenses coming forward. And they signed the agreement. This is what they asked for.
All right. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion on the floor to reconsider. So if you, Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I understand it, the 683,000, as these invoices are submitted by Landmark to you or your assigned, they'll eventually be approved, eventually accumulating all along the way up to 683,000. And none of those approvals will come before council until it gets beyond 683,000. Ms. Copeland or Mr. Mayor, is that accurate?
Yeah.
Ms. Copeland, you want to respond to that?
Sure, I can respond to that. There is no provision in here that requires it go before council. And that's something we can certainly do, but right now it's just upon approval of the mayor or his designee for those specific expenses up to 683.5.
And that's just not transparent to council or the public. We never spend 683,000 on anything without it coming through Ways and Means, having a public hearing. Certainly council gets the agenda, be able to have Q&A prior to the meeting and during the meeting. We don't spend 683,000 on anything without transparency. And this certainly doesn't do that. Just to get us off this night, I appreciate Councilman Griffin on readiness. If we can amend the motion that as though invoices, anything over 40,000 that comes through would come before council for approval, just to keep us informed. I also believe the 99 year part, as you said, Mr. Mayor, isn't part of the MOU, so it shouldn't be any language in there referring to that until it gets to the development agreement. If I could offer an amendment to Councilman Griffin's reconsideration motion. I think we can move forward.
I think it'd be appropriate to just vote on the reconsideration first, and then.
Okay.
Right,
I agree.
Pass it, we're gonna reconsider it, and we can make amendments to it.
I agree. You're right, Mr. Mayor. You're right.
All right. Any other comments, questions on the reconsideration? Hearing none, all in favor to reconsider this matter and take it up again for debate, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
No.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Del Chaco,
Yes.
Councilmember Shealy,
Yes.
Councilmember Safran,
Nay.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Nay.
Councilmember Brady,
Nay.
Councilmember Gregory,
Nay.
Councilmember Waring,
Yes.
Councilmember Seekings,
Aye.
Councilmember Shade,
Nay.
Councilmember Griffin,
Aye.
Councilmember Opel,
Nay.
Councilwoman Jackson,
No.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
No.
The motion fails.
That motion fails. And take me back in time. We did take action on the committee report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. So I will make efforts, more than efforts. I will be transparent and share with council the proposed contracts that come to us from Landmark and run those by you before moving forward with the 30-day approval. All right, so next up is our.
And Mayor, before we move to second readings, I just wanted to say item number 2, we're only going to give that a second reading and not do the third reading. So that one will be a second reading only if y'all want to separate it out.
Okay, which number is that again, Madam Clerk?
It's item M2 under second readings.
Number 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have bills up for second reading 1 through 8, number 4 and number 8 as amended. What's the pleasure of council?
Move for approval.
We have a motion to take all 1 through 8 together as amended.
I'd
Who
like
is
to
the
take it one by
second?
one.
Pardon
Did
me?
we do bills up for third reading?
Yeah, we have bills up for third reading.
We're not doing, there are no bills up for third reading. We sent out an amended agenda to you last week. Those 2 bills under third reading are deferred.
Okay.
These
I'll
are
second 1 through 8.
Yeah.
bills up for second reading, bills 1 through 8.
Yes.
All right, any discussion?
Is that including item 4?
Well, as the motion was made, it does. 1 through 8 would include number 4.
As amended, as amended.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Griffin has his hand up.
Yes, Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, sir. I think number 4 is an item that needs to be taken up on its own.
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry, what was the motion again?
I didn't make a motion, sir. There's already a motion on the floor. I just made a statement that number 4 needs to be taken up on its own.
I agree.
My opinion.
So I'll make the motion, okay, you want me to read the motion? I'll make the motion 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
And 8.
And 8. Yeah.
Okay. So we take, the motion is now amended, we just take everything but number 4.
Correct.
We got a second on that?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Anybody got anything on 1 through 3 and 5 through 8? Any questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Let's have it. Now, just to dispense.
Mr. Mayor, I move for deferral of item number 4.
We have a
We,
motion for deferral of number 4.
Mayor, we need to,
Third reading.
Mayor, we need to finish the third reading for items number 1,
2,
3,
3,
5,
2,
6,
8.
7, and 8.
Move for approval, third reading on that.
Second.
Okay. We're going to take third reading of 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Correct.
Okay, any questions or comments about any of those for third reading, ratification? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. Now we come to the matter of number 4.
Move
I
for
move for a
approval.
deferral.
We have a motion on the floor to defer. Is there a second?
Mhm.
I don't hear a second.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second to approve?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
I move for approval.
Motion to approve in a second. Any comments, questions, or discussion on second reading of number 4? Councilmember Griffin.
I just want to reiterate what I said last time, which was I wanted to support this commission hanging on and continuing on as a full commission. But, one thing I said was if it was going to mention critical race theory, if it was going to mention defund the police, if it was going to mention reparations, then there's no way that I can support it. And I haven't changed on that. I thought that the commission and our administration would come back with, the understanding that our city council actually voted down the report at the last meeting. But instead, what we see in front of us is to continue forward with these ideals that our citizens just don't support. Nobody on our city council supports defunding the police. So then why does the report mention reallocating police funding? Nobody on this city council, everybody on the city council, I should say, has some reservations about some of the topics in here. And we made a clear stand at the last meeting that there were items that were in the report that our citizens just are not going to accept. And they're not going to accept them today. They're not going to accept them tomorrow. They're not going to accept them ever. So because we continue to push this report that clearly is dividing our city more than it is bringing us together, I'm going to vote against creating this commission. I think that we should have found some ways to come up with some compromises, and we should have taken those ideals that our citizens don't support, and we should not continue to push them, knowing that it's going to divide our community even more. Thank you.
And council members Gregory and Shade had their hands up.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Folks have been stirring the pot with the wrong ingredients. And by that, I mean a bunch of lies. In all due respect, Councilman Griffin, the recommendations are considerations. They're not, if they come before committees and committees say, no, it'll never make it to council. These are recommendations for consideration. And I'd like to also address that there are some recommendations where the city does not have jurisdiction. State, county, or even the school board. But I think that we would be remiss as a commission not to mention things for consideration. For consideration. I bet if we were talking about the Holocaust and trying to change up the verbiage to call it something else, I bet if we were talking about race cleansing, okay, we wouldn't be changing those terms. Why would we? Because we're dealing with issues relating to the struggle of enslaved people, why are we looking at it differently? I mean, and why are we looking at it with a pack of lies? I mean, lies. Why are we making it a political issue? I've had council members to tell me, okay, that they can't support this because it would affect their election? What about the greater good? I mean, I'm really surprised at some of our council members who come from a heritage of struggle and sacrifice to now want us, because we're talking about Black people, to soften and change language. Would you soften the word Holocaust for something else? Would you soften racial cleansing, which the Nazis were doing, for something else? Why is it that when it comes to issues regarding enslaved people of this country, okay, we're trying to soften the words, make it something different? That in and of itself, to me, is discriminatory and biased as hell. We're not consistent. We did a proclamation recently introduced by Councilman Ross. It passed unanimously. We didn't soften words. We didn't change language. These are recommendations. These aren't action items. They can't become action items until this council approves it. Some may never even get to council for approval if they don't get out of the committees. So now what we're doing, because the pack of lies, and I mean lies, Councilman Griffin, I'm sorry to say, really, some of what you're saying is not accurate. It is not true, okay? Consideration of critical race theory is not saying that we're putting critical race theory as a part of the curriculum of schools. First of all, we don't have the authority to do that as a councilman. Considering 1619, okay, as a teaching instrument, those are Charleston County Schools decisions. But we would be remiss as a commission if we didn't take a holistic approach to ridding this city of the vestiges of slavery and Jim Crow. Harry, you're young. Ross, you're young. You never had to sit on the back of the bus, okay? You never had to go in stores and not be able to try on clothes because you're African American. You don't even understand or know what discrimination is. But yet you're out here pontificating, okay, on issues that you're not even familiar with. Critical race theory. Critical race theory is a course that's done in law school. Critical race theory just has to do with systemic racism in America. Why are we afraid to face it? That it existed and still exists. I'm just not sure quite where some of my council members are coming from at this point. Because if we were talking about critical Jewish, okay, we would be having a totally different conversation right now. But because we're talking about enslaved people who were brought to this country, killed, murdered, slain, and raped, and I can go on, you guys are belittling that based upon your discussions. You are belittling a people. And I refuse to be silent on it because that's what you're doing. It's ludicrous what you guys are doing. You're stirring the pot with the wrong ingredients. The right ingredients should be for the greater good, not for your political campaigns. I had one of you to tell me that the reason you're taking these positions is because you don't want to be associated with reparations. If people thought about that with regard to the Japanese and the Jews, change the language, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves and what you're doing. What you're doing here. It is awful. Because we're dealing with enslaved African Americans, you want to treat it differently. And that's not fair, because you have no idea of what discrimination is. None. You're too young and you're white. So you have no idea. And I think that you guys should really go back and read the document, because you haven't. Because if you had, you wouldn't be coming up with this crap. And that's what it is. The commission has no authority to instruct the Charleston School Board to change their curriculums. What are you guys talking about? It's not true. It's a lie. And that started early on, unfortunately, with a commission member who cast things inappropriately. You're wrong. You're wrong, council members, for placing the lives and the struggles of African Americans differently. You're doing exactly what we have been dealing with all of our lives. All of our lives. And now you're saying citizens. There are 150,000 people in this town. How dare you say you represent 150,000 people's opinions? Because that's what you're trying to pull here. You guys have got to be very careful, especially people who are on the commission, who voted to at least get the report to council and then voted against it. Some of the other commissioners pulled a better Harry than you did, Harry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. We appreciate your passion and your service as chairman of the committee. I'll call on Councilmember Mitchell, who's been holding his hand up, and then I'd like to make a couple of remarks.
Mayor, I had my hand up.
Councilman Shade has hand before Mike, Mr. Mayor. I'll come
I
behind.
missed that one. Sorry about that. Councilmember Shade.
Councilmember Saccharin had his hand up as well.
Oh, boy. Okay, I'm missing everybody. Shade, Saccharin, and then Mitchell. And then me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
I'll be quick.
And I'm sorry that this thing has gotten somehow sideways, because I think that what is happening here is distracting from the work of the commission and what the commission was designed to do and what the commission was attempting to do. And I hear you loud and clear, Councilmember Gregory, and you know I have the utmost respect for you and for all members of this council. I'm going to ask for us to consider an amendment to this amendment ordinance. Then I'll explain why I want to do that. I would like to strike under section 4A, the bold part that says regarding advancing the special commission final report, and strike section 4J. And this is the reason why. I think the commission needs to be in place. I think the commission needs to be empowered to do the work that it was designed to do. However, there are certain parts of the commission, and I think this is where the confusion is coming in, that speaks about some of these things, and it says defunding the police, and it talks about reparations. It says that in there, and I've read it, and maybe I'm reading it wrong. But it's also these languages in section A and section J talk about advancing the final report and reporting to council contained in the special commission's final report. And so when you read that language, it looks like we're supporting defunding the police, and it looks like we're supporting reparations. And I know what's going to I know what the intent of what we're trying to accomplish here, because I got the email from Amber and trying to set up a meeting with Councilmember Sackler and Councilmember Gregory and myself to address the issues that will be germane to the Public Safety Committee. And I know that the intent of all of this was then to bring these particular points within the commission to those specific committees. And then from out of that, we proceed with how this implementation of some of the recommendations may or may not go forward. And Councilmember Gregory, I'm not an African-American man, but I'm 66 years old. And I grew up in a segregated city. Our family ran a department store. And I took the public bus and I saw where white bus drivers directed people of color to sit in the back of the bus. I didn't understand it back then. I didn't appreciate it back then. I was too young at that time to understand that. We had in the Catholic Church, within the Catholic Church, segregated institutions. Schools were segregated. There was Immaculate Conception School. And several very, very important people in our community were educated through that system, but it was segregated and it was wrong. And that was it within a Catholic religious organization. The Knights of Columbus, which I was a member of for a while, had segregated and discriminated against Black men who were Catholic. And there was a big fight about that. And that was wrong. And there were folks who came into my family's department store who couldn't buy things on credit. They didn't have a bank checking account. They didn't have credit cards. And I remember folks coming into our store and we had to have programs like layaways and in-house finance to address their ability to buy merchandise at our store. And so the economic opportunities were scarce.
Councilmember Mitchell, you need to mute.
He called me first.
And so I understand where y'all are coming from. And I appreciate very heartily what y'all are coming from on this issue. And I think that we all recognize that there are a lot of fine points in the commission's report that we as a city want to address and want to embrace. So what I'd ask is that we amend this to take out and maybe rightly or wrongly, the perception that we were endorsing defunding the police and the perception that we're looking for reparations. And I think if we make those adjustments to the language in 4A and 4J, then we can proceed with the commission's work and proceed how we want this report in commission to follow through with the idea, like I said earlier, that I meet with Councilmember Sackler and Councilmember Gregory and others as to particular parts on the Public Safety Committee on the things that the commission came out. So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we've got a motion to amend the ordinance. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
This is the amendment. Remove A and J of the.
Remove the language.
There's no language in A or J that talks about.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gregory, good question. Let's go back to the maker. Please restate or make clear your amendment, Councilmember Shea.
My amendment to section A is to remove the language regarding advancing the special commission final report and to remove section J completely.
I still don't understand what you want. In other words, just for clarity, I'm just trying to understand. Okay. A talks about making recommendations regarding the advancing of the special commission's final report. And if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is because it doesn't have the language defund police in it, number one. It talks about reallocation. Okay, but let's just be clear on what language is in the report. There is nowhere in the report that it uses the terms you just used in terms of defunding police, okay? So you're saying, just to make sure, that you amend A to exclude terms like reparation and defund the police? I'm not sure. A doesn't.
If I can clarify my motion. Mr. Mayor. Let me clarify my motion.
Make sure we're talking the same provision.
I am. I'm looking at 4A, and my motion is to remove the language that says regarding advancing the special commission final report, taking that language out, and then taking out all of 4J.
Okay, so just take out the language regarding advancing the special commission report. Just that language.
Just take that language out. That language regarding advancing the special commission final report, and then taking out all of J.
So the underlying language is what you want removed. Am I correct?
That's what he's saying. Yes, sir.
Okay. 4J.
Okay. And then the other one is you don't want any reports annually. That's what J does. J requires an annual report to the public and city council on the status of advancing recommendations. You don't want any reports.
I didn't say that, Councilmember.
But if you remove J, you don't have any.
That's right. So
what do you
Councilmember Shade, could I interject here? That's a very good point. I think we want to have an annual report to the public and the city council. And if you want to follow your logic here, it seems to me you would say report annually to the public and city council on the status and activities related to carrying out the duties and responsibilities of the commission, blah, blah, blah. And delete the same similar phrase of advancing the recommendations contained in the special commission.
I see the concern with that, and I would take that to modify my amendment. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the part that, excuse me, Mayor, and I may be out of turn.
Yeah.
The issue that appears to be bothering people is advancing the special commission final report. That's the language that's bothering you guys?
That's the amendment that's being made. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So you don't want the commission to advance anything?
No.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm confused.
Mr. Mayor.
I want to get clear on this amendment first.
I have a suggestion about a word change that maybe it will help this advancing discussion.
Maybe. We had 3 other people on the line first. We're trying to resolve the amendment.
This is about the amendment.
Jackson, go ahead.
Yeah, this is specifically about the amendment that Councilmember Shade has made in advance of listening to the other council members speak to the whole issue. So I picked up on the advancing as probably the word that defies definition. I would suggest that in the first A, we don't eliminate the insertion about regarding the special commission final report, but instead of using the word advancing, I would propose that we use the word deliberating. Because that means we are going to work on this report in the exact way that the commission will be overseeing the work that they won't necessarily do by themselves. They're going to be sending it to the committees and to the commissions that have the responsibility or actions related to this report. So if it's the word advancing, Councilmember Shade, let's pick another word.
But my amendment is to remove the language regarding advancing the special commission final report as to A and as to J. Removing that language.
So you don't want the report mentioned. I think it's advancing is that it makes it sound like we're going to take everything in the report and put it to action, which if you listen to Councilmember Gregory, he's talking about the considerations that were in the recommendations. That doesn't mean we're going to be implementing all of those recommendations. It means we're going to be deciding about them, deliberating, evaluating, prioritizing.
You know, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know why advancing bothers anyone, but you know, wow.
Could we just
I
remove?
think there's a second to my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Sir?
I think there was a second to my motion. Is that correct?
Yes. There was, can you repeat what your amendment is, Councilmember Shade, just for the
Yes, ma'am.
record, so everyone is clear?
Yes, ma'am. As to section 4A, remove the language regarding advancing the special commission final report. And as to 4J, removing the language advancing the recommendations contained in the special commission's final report.
And who seconded that?
Appel.
Appel, and you're still good with the restated amendment? Okay, and so we have, who made the original motion?
Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Waring.
Councilmember Mitchell, are you okay with the amendment coming to your motion?
You're on mute. You're on mute, Councilmember Mitchell. We can't hear you.
I voted as it came to us because my belief is that all these are just things that is coming from the commission. We as a council voted and give them an open door to do what they needed to do. And they brought this back to us. And to me, these are recommendations. That don't mean we're going to pass everything that they have there. It's going out to the various committees, and the committees will make a recommendation and send it back to council. That's my take on it. Right. You know, I just don't understand all this, what's going on. You know, I'm probably one of the, along with Mr. Mayor, one of the kind of older person around here, and been out in this community a long time. I mean, half of you all might not even been out the community the way we are in the community and what we went through in this community. And I keep saying it, and I know people get tired of me saying this, but 14 years old, I demonstrated and marched with King, I marched with Abernathy, I marched with King's wife right here in Charleston. We could not go to restaurants, we could not go to the front of the stores, we couldn't buy in the stores. We had to go to the back door and get the same thing you were paying for at the front door. We went through some things here in the city of Charleston back in the 50s and the 60s, you know, and see, a lot of you all don't even know what African-American went through in the city of Charleston. And we're talking about these little words that we want to change these words, we want to change this phrase. I don't understand these kind of things here. You know, maybe I'm too old, but I don't understand these, what we have gone through in the city of Charleston. Everybody have come and moved there in the city of Charleston and want to change everything around, but forgetting about the people who was here and who made the city of Charleston the way it is. My parents didn't own no store. My parents didn't own anything at all. They were hard workers. But we had to spend our money in these same places with some of the people who are talking on this council and spend their money in those same places, but then we not getting the same rights that everybody was receiving. People don't understand what we went through. And we are trying to change this thing and bring everybody together and let them know that, hey, it's time to get right. But we are still coming with the same games and playing the same games again because of wordings. Wordings don't mean nothing to me. Because we as a council, Mr. Mayor, we as a council, these things are going to the various committees. The committee's gonna make the recommendation to send it back to council. There's nobody on here going to defund any police department. I wouldn't even vote for that. We know we're not going to do things like that. These are just recommendations. So when it comes to council, we ain't going to vote for nothing like that. So these things are going to every committee. The housing part is going to the community development. The public safety part is going to the public safety committee. All these committees will make the recommendation back to council. All these words, when you're looking at words and trying to take words out, you change the aspect of something that's going on. People need to stop it. We need to stop it. When are we going to get together and stop it? People are watching us on this air right now and say, look at it. They're looking like a bunch of jacks. They're talking on this television. We look like the jacks now because they say the council is not even together. You know, I said, when are we going to change it, Mr. Mayor? When are we going to change it? And people got to stop playing games. You know, I'm tired of it.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Can we find out if the motion amendment is being accepted or not? So we know.
I'm not
what
going to
we're
accept
voting on?
nothing. My motion I made, I'm standing.
Okay.
Okay, great.
So he's not
Thank you.
accepting the amendment, and I was interpreting that from Councilmember Mitchell's remark. And so I'm going to go back to Councilmember Saccharin, and then if I may make a few remarks, I would like to. Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I would be remiss if I didn't say a few things. And Dudley, I think so I'm getting some feedback. So Councilman Gregory, can you mute yours? Thank you. The things that really have been messing with me the past year with this project really come down to the work around diversity and equity inclusion, and somehow it's been co-opted as a political issue. And this is where the disconnect is for me. You know, some on council have conflated terms like critical race theory and reparations. And with all the work around diversity and equity, this is because some in our community have weaponized this as a political talking point, and you are all victims of this. Diversity and equity in the workplace, in our culture, in our community are not political ideas. They're not political ideologies. We all can agree that what we want to create for Charleston is a better place for everyone, where everyone has equal access to opportunities and resources. We can all agree to that. And the other thing that I keep hearing is this work is about the cancel culture. Let me just say this, for every person, the large majority of folks that came on tonight, and you're probably not listening anymore because it's been a long meeting, that opposed the commission's work, didn't even have the title of the commission correctly. Did you read the report? There is no mention of defunding the police. And to Councilman Gregory's point, critical race theory is a recommendation. We are not the school board. It's a recommendation. This work is not about cancel culture. It's about creating a Charleston where we all have equal access. The commission's work was led by volunteers, and we made a commitment to them not to sanitize or edit the recommendations. And for all those that are listening and complaining that local government doesn't listen and doesn't represent your interests, you should be the biggest supporters of this. This is local government working with a small group of concerned citizens and taking their interests and recommendations to council. The other thing that I think Councilman Gregory touched upon and Councilman Mitchell touched upon is as part of public engagement on several city initiatives. We've heard from developers, hotel owners, small business owners. They come with reports, long reports that come to council. And we might not agree with several recommendations from the hotel developers or small business owners, but we don't take a wholesale approach to the report and say, we're not going to accept it. So what criteria are we using here that's different when we get reports from large-scale developers and hotel folks? Why is the criteria any different in this case? Who are we to determine which recommendations are worthy of debate or not? And again, these are just recommendations. As I said, the recommendations will have their day in court. We can debate them. And lastly, throughout the year, this whole debate about what is worthy of a recommendation, to me, speaks to privilege. The very act of us trying to predetermine what is germane to actually debate on is privilege, and precisely the reason why we need to be doing the work we're doing. And if you all don't see that, my fellow white council members, that's a challenge. Who are we to determine what is debatable? I understand that some of these issues are political hot buttons. I'm not up for re-election. I would vote the same way if I was, but I get that they're political hot button issues. But it's our job as council members to lead and explain the differences, not flame things more than they already are. I'm just asking us to recognize, council members, the hard work of the volunteers and the body of work that has been put into the past year. You may disagree with 1, 2, 3 recommendations, so you're going to throw out the whole report because of 2 or 3 recommendations you disagree with. And again, do we do that when hotel developers come to us with a plan for hotel development, or small business owners come to us and we may disagree with an idea? We don't. We accept it. We accept the hard work of those folks, even though they're recommendations. So I'm just asking us to support tonight's ordinance. And Dudley and Councilman Gregory, removing A and J, to me, diminish the control and power of the commission.
It
And
totally guts it. It guts it.
And I'm not supportive of the amendments.
It's called white privilege.
If we have to defer, we can defer, but I think we have to, and I just want to say this last thing. I understand some of the concerns. And the last thing I want to do tonight is sabotage the work of our commission members and this commission. The long-term goal is to make sure that this commission is permanent and we can work through some of these issues. But the point is all 125 of these recommendations will have their time for debate. So folks that have come to this meeting tonight, and I did hear several folks in the community, some ran for political office, some hold higher office. These are smart folks. You came unprepared and ill-informed. These are recommendations and nothing has been decided yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Members Saccharin, Gregory, Mitchell, Shade, everyone. Let me say a few words. We set up the special commission a little over a year ago when the scab of racism had been ripped clean, ripped off again in this country after the murder of George Floyd. Honestly, for this city, the city of Charleston, 350 years, the majority of those years were periods where slavery was the institution of our city and our southern land, and then Jim Crow thereafter. So a majority of those 350 years, we have that heritage, right? So this whole matter of appointing a special commission on equity, inclusion, and racial conciliation, of trying to bring people together, was to be open, to have tough conversations about what might be considered to make Charleston a more equitable and just place. The recommendations came forward to this council recently. We did not accept them because of this comments y'all are making, to the point that there were some of those recommendations that many of us feel, many of you feel, would not be acceptable, right? And so we didn't even vote to accept the report. This matter before us tonight is to form an ongoing commission to continue to address issues of equity, inclusion, and racial conciliation in our city. And so even though there were no recommendations accepted, there were no recommendations approved, and some of the recommendations, as has been mentioned here, have been demonized and treated like we've already completely approved them, which is the furthest thing from the truth. It's just trying to submarine this whole effort to address these issues in our city. So do we want a mechanism, a body that considers in our future a more equitable, a more inclusive city, and policies that would lead us to a more equitable place? That's why we would form this commission, to continue the work of considering things that would make Charleston a more equitable and just place. So I hear you. I am not looking to pull any weight from the special commission. They spent a lot of time on the report. I hear our council members' sensitivity about the issue of it, the appearance that we've approved all these things, which we haven't. And so as a compromise, I would propose an amendment that we simply delete the word advancing and leave regarding the special commission final report as a part of this commission's work, that they will consider those deliberations. But I propose we remove in 2 places the word advancing as a compromise and ask us to
I second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
that, and let's see if we can get this approved. We got a second?
I second, yes.
So that's in both paragraph A and J.
Just
that
take the word advancing out.
we would remove the word advancing.
Yes.
Councilmember Ware.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you for taking on the challenge of even pulling this together. I'd like to thank in the highest way the 2 chairpersons, Councilmember Dudley and Councilmember Sacrin. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your words tonight. But I highly respect what you had to say. This has provided, believe it or not, this report has provided an opportunity as a member of council. One of the things that you all may not realize that some of the same things that you all are being approached with, we also are being approached with some of those same questions by white folk asking Councilmember Mitchell, myself, Councilmember Gregory. But then we get a bevy of questions from the African American community about, and let's take on the subject, defunding the police. And it is an opportunity to explain why we don't support that and what the police does in our community. A lot of African Americans don't understand how often the police, men and women, respond to the African American community. So we're gonna cut back and reduce that response. When our audit and racial bias in policing took place, I believe it was the recommendations were from the consultants were, I believe, Mr. Mayor, in excess of 65 to, it wasn't quite 70 recommendations. It was eventually whittled down to 40 some odd. And our police chief has gone about in the most professional way, implementing those changes, which has resulted in a much more professional police force. So much so into other municipalities, as in particular North Charleston has done the same, trying to improve theirs. But for the racial bias in policing, consultants coming up with the best practices, not only our city police force would not have been improved to the degree that it is today, North Charleston's police force wouldn't be improved to where it is today. But those hard conversations had to be held. When majority people ask me or ask us, and they can respond, Councilman Gregory certainly is able to respond for himself, about critical race theory, it gives me a wonderful opportunity to explain that that's not in the purview. And that's not a duck. That's not in the purview of city council. It is in the purview of the educators professionally. So it also gives an opportunity for us to have engaging conversations with members of that task force. Believe me, you don't think they've asked us some of those challenging questions when, frankly, white folk aren't around? We put people on there with the intellect, hopefully, and the fortitude to bring forth those challenging questions. So the subject, it is an opportunity to engage. Now, obviously, you may have some people who are on the frigid. In some places, hate's going to be displayed. And in some cases, we saw that on Daniel Allen on the mass issue the other day. Some people, you're just not going to be able to convince you agree to disagree. But there are some things. Council Lady Del Chapo and I was part of a tour of the International African American Museum building. And she can speak to it, the positive aspect and the truths that will be told once that institution opens. What do you think Mayor Riley went through and Ms. Whipper went through, going back and forth to the General Assembly trying to get $25 million to tell America's sin that began here. It began right here. So I appreciate having a Holocaust exhibit in our city. I appreciate the sensitivities of the federal government to put a Holocaust museum, an International African American Museum, an American Indian Museum, so forth and so on, down the mall at the Smithsonian. What a wonderful gift. But for those conversations, and yeah, hard conversations, we just got through, we're finishing up a meeting here that was very hard. But you know what? The issue came on the table, we voted, and those issues were settled. And that's what's going to happen to the Public Safety Committee. That's what's going to happen to the History Commission and all the other housing commissions. One of the things that's going to enable us to do this city right now, I'm not saying we're doing the end all, but look at what we're doing for affordable housing. No other city in this state has done what we've done in the last 3 or 4 years. We have not done a very good accounting telling the public, and the mayor and I have talked about this even on this council. We don't have a system to say what we have already done and what we are currently doing and trying to improve upon those aspects. The James Lewis housing complex, the James Lewis incubator, we just got through approving earlier today, I think close to somewhere between $500,000 and what will be $1 million for a minority business incubator that this council has given tacit approval to. So is that counted as reparations? I don't think so, but I showed to me that certainly counts. But for this process, I don't know that we would have had a James Lewis business incubator for small businesses. We're doing a heck of a lot of good. So that communication, will the conversations be hard? I agree. But I guess that's why we get paid the big bucks. By the way, at the end of this meeting, Mr. Mayor, I want to recommend something else before we close out the meeting. But I think we should engage the conversation, but please look at it as an opportunity to tell the truths that Councilmember, both our chairperson, Gregory and Saccharin, spoke to. It's an opportunity to give accurate information when people are making emotional statements. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Waring. And in fact, that incubator was one of the recommendations of the special commission. I failed to ask Councilmember Mitchell, would you accept my amendment?
You're on mute.
Yes, I accept the amendment.
Thank you. So I'd like to call the question for this ordinance.
As a point of order, we still have Councilmember Shahed's amendment and second are still open on the floor.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Mitchell said he wouldn't accept the
I
amendment.
didn't accept it.
That's correct. So you still have to vote on the amendment, and then if it fails, the original motion is considered.
That's correct. All right. So let's vote on Councilmember Shade's amendment. Any further discussion on that, which was to delete the whole phrase regarding advancing the special commission?
You know, point of order, Mr. Mayor. It really is a point. That what is this amendment considered a substitute motion? If it's a substitute motion, it does take precedent. It was an amendment. It wasn't a substitute motion.
We did not take action on Councilmember Shade's amendment.
It wasn't.
Councilmember Brady is correct, unless Councilmember Shade wants to withdraw his.
No, sir. His amendment was not accepted by the person that made the motion.
So we vote on the
not make a substitute motion. A substitute motion takes precedence. That was an amendment that was not accepted.
Correct.
It was not a substitute motion. Substitute motion does take precedence. So I believe that point of order is correct, that we should go back to the motion that Councilmember Mitchell accepting your amendment. That should be on the floor to be considered.
And to your point, though, it is not up to the recommender of the motion to accept or deny. It is up to the body to whether to accept that or not, because the amendment is to the motion currently presented on the floor. It had a second, it is debatable, and it can pass by majority vote.
It was not proposed as a substitute motion, Councilman Brady.
Well, who made him the expert?
Hey, y'all, Julia or Wilbur, will y'all
I don't want to hear him.
weigh in on this one again for me, please?
Listen, we've been this one. Substitute motion takes precedence. That's written in black and white in Robert Rules of Order. That was not a substitute motion.
Ms. Copeland, Mr. Johnson, would y'all help me out here?
So Councilman Shade made an original motion and there was a second. But you're saying it was not accepted by Councilman Mitchell.
Correct.
Is that what I'm hearing correctly? I would say that we need to vote on the first amendment, and if that fails, then we vote on the second suggested amendment.
Well, we don't have to vote on the second amendment separately because it's been accepted as part of the original motion.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
So we're going to go back and vote on Councilmember Shade's amendment separately from the motion.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yeah.
These are opinions Ms. Copeland is doing. She's not filtering to the substitute motion in Robert's Rules of Order.
Right.
She's
Show
got
me.
this before on the floor, Council. You did this with Francis Cantwell. We suspended the meeting for 20 minutes. When I put a substitute motion on the floor, it was seconded. It took precedence. In Robert Rules of Order, it says substitute motion takes precedence over the previous question being considered. This was not a substitute motion.
Right.
It was an amendment that was not accepted.
Can somebody please mute? It's hard to hear what Councilmember Waring's saying.
Thank you, Councilman Seekins. What I am saying is that a substitute motion by Robert Rules of Order takes precedence over the previous question under consideration. In this case, Councilman Mitchell's initial motion. Councilman Shade made an amendment to that motion. It was seconded, but it wasn't accepted by the person that made the motion. If it were made as a substitute motion, then it would take precedence over Councilmember Mitchell's motion. He did not make a substitute motion. He did it as an amendment that was not accepted. His previous question should be on the floor. The mayor subsequently made an amendment to that, to his Councilmember Mitchell's initial motion, which was accepted by him. That is the question that should be on the floor for consideration.
Wilbur, you there?
Please look up substitute motion. That will settle the question.
I'm looking it up myself, but.
Go into index, the Robert Rules of Order.
Yeah. I got it right here. Yeah. But where I looked, it didn't seem like the right spot. I did
And
not.
Mr. Johnson, I think he's on the line.
Mr. Johnson? Can you help me with this point of order?
Hold on, we're looking.
All right.
Honestly, I'm inclined to say that if Francis Cantwell said that I would support whatever Francis Cantwell said, but we're looking.
She actually found it in Robert Rules of Order, substitute motion, and actually read it before council.
Just ask Siri.
A motion to amend by striking out an entire paragraph, section, or article, or a complete main motion or resolution, and inserting a different paragraph or other unit in its place is called a motion to substitute. And the paragraph or resolution to be inserted is said to be offered or proposed as, quote, a substitute. A substitute can be offered for a paragraph or a main motion of only one sentence, and in such a case, the paragraph proposed as a substitute can contain several sentences. For the replacement of sentences within a paragraph, see below. A substitute offered for a main motion or resolution or for a paragraph within a resolution is a primary amendment and can therefore be moved only when no other amendment is pending. If a motion proposes to replace one or more paragraphs that are involved in a pending primary amendment, it is a secondary amendment to which the term substitute is also applicable.
Well, that certainly clarified it. Thank you.
Primary amendment to substitute is treated similarly to a motion to strike out and insert, as described on pages 149 to 53. It is open to debate at all times while it is pending, with no secondary amendment pending. And such debate may go fully into the merits of both the original text and the substitute, since this is necessary to determine the desirability of the primary amendment. But for purposes of secondary amendment, substitute is looking.
Mr. Mayor, let's just go vote on Peter's motion. Let's vote it up.
Let's just do that. It's quicker.
Yeah.
Julia or Wilbur, y'all got anything for me? I'll make a determination otherwise. Wilbur, you're on mute.
Let's just vote. Let's just vote.
Wilbur,
I suggest
you're
you guys
on
just vote.
You're gonna lose.
Wilbur, you're on mute.
Wilbur, we can't hear you.
Still can't hear you.
Julia, what does he need to hit? This is Chip. I'm sorry. Jennifer, what does he need to hit to?
Star
He's not on mute.
Star six thing. I couldn't.
He's not on mute. He's good.
He's not on mute and he's not on the phone, so there's no *6.
Wilbur, call us on the phone or something.
I don't think Wilbur want to answer the question either.
Mr. Johnson, if you could call in on the phone.
I love you guys, but this is getting late, man. Every meeting. I love you guys to death, but we got to figure this out.
It's absurd.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I think you just came in on the phone. If you could press *6, that's how you unmute yourself on the phone.
Able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Yeah. So as I understand it, a motion was made by Mr. Mitchell, Councilman Mitchell, and then an amendment was proposed that was not accepted.
Correct.
So at that point, there must be a vote on the proposed amendment, up or down.
Right. That's what Councilmember Brady was saying.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And we failed to take action on that amendment at that time.
Right.
I subsequently made a new amendment.
Yeah. Well, you can't take up the new amendment until the first amendment
is resolved.
Yes.
Okay. So we
Mayor,
go.
can I just ask a follow-up question then? So if we're voting on Councilmember Shade's unaccepted amendment, are we just voting on those two locations in the document? to say if we accept them or not. We're not passing the entire second reading then, is that right?
That's correct. We're
Okay.
just voting on whether y'all want to accept the amendment to the original ordinance or not. Right, Wilbur?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to go back. We're going to vote on
All the
Councilmember
questions.
Reed's amendment, which struck the whole phrase regarding advancing the special commission final report from both paragraph A and from striking of advancing the recommendations contained in the special commission final report in paragraph J.
I thought he wanted to remove that entirely. He wanted to eliminate J.
He went back and changed it after we had some discussion so that we would maintain an annual report.
Okay.
Okay, so it just removed those two phrases within those two paragraphs. Is everybody clear on that? We're not voting right now to approve the whole ordinance. We're just voting to approve whether you want to remove those two phrases from it. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Roll
Can we
call.
have a roll call? Councilwoman Del Chapo,
Nay.
Councilmember Shealy,
Nay.
Councilmember Saccharin,
Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Okay.
Councilmember Brady,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Nay.
Councilmember Waring,
Nay.
Councilmember Seekings,
Nay.
Councilmember Shea,
Yay.
Councilmember Griffin,
Nay.
Councilmember Appel,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
No.
The
And so
motion fails.
now we can take up the amendment to just remove the word advancing in both of those. Well, actually, no. That was accepted by
document.
Councilmember Mitchell. So now on the floor is to accept the ordinance as amended with the removal of the word advancing in those two places. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct.
I'll call the question. Any further discussion or questions?
Can we have a roll call vote, sir?
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, roll call vote. And
Councilwoman Del Chapo,
No.
Councilmember Shealy,
Nay.
Councilmember Saccharin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
Councilmember Brady,
Nay.
Councilmember Gregory,
Yes.
Councilmember Waring,
Yes.
Councilmember Seekings,
Nay.
Councilmember Shea,
Nay.
Councilmember Griffin,
Nay.
Councilmember Appel,
Nay.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
yes.
The motion fails.
All right. So next on our agenda is ordinances up for first reading. And we got the
I'll move for approval of 1 and 2.
change of zoning for 2710 Pine Log Lane.
I'll second.
And also an additional member on the Municipal Golf Course Commission. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Next workshop meeting for us to join the Planning Commission, review the comprehensive plan update will be Thursday, September 23rd. I think that will be a virtual meeting as well. And the next regular meeting will be back here, City Council, at September 28th. Councilmember Waring, you want to be recognized before the end of the
Thank you,
meeting?
Mr. Mayor. I just want to have put on the agenda at the next meeting, increase in city council's pay to $25,000 a year. Be implemented in January for up or down vote. Just want to have that on the agenda at the next meeting in 2 weeks.
All right. And we can put that on the agenda per your request. But I would just ask, wouldn't you want to wait until we do the budget?
Well, so that can be put in the budget. So that can be put in the budget. You're talking about 300,000 for 12 people. We're the largest city municipality in the state. And I don't think anybody doubts the time that we put in. You shouldn't have to have a net worth of $1 million to serve on this committee. I mean, on this commission. I mean, on this council. So didn't really want to debate it. We can talk about it in the ensuing 2 weeks, but certainly an increase is warranted. I don't have any trouble making that motion, putting it on the agenda for up or down vote to be effective with the swearing in of council in January of 22.
All right. Your request is duly noted. Any further business to come before us this evening, y'all?